Can you hear me? Hello, hello, hello? Can you hear me now? Can you hear you all can hear me? Okay, great.
Good evening, and welcome to the November 4th, 2020 Board of Education of Anne Arundel County Public Meeting. Please now stand for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies. Being ever mindful of your guidance, stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening and welcome to this meeting of the Board of Education. This meeting is being televised live on ACPS TV and live streamed on the internet. General information and protocols for the meeting can be found by visiting www.aacps.org. Before we begin this evening, I wanted to make just a couple general announcements. The general board meeting, next board meeting will be held on Wednesday, November the 18th at 6 p.m. Policy Committee and Budget Committee will be meeting prior, with Policy Committee meeting at 2:30 p.m. and Budget Committee meeting at 4:45. Visit www.aacps.com for more information, and as we get closer to those dates, news releases will be provided to the public. In addition to that, I have a special announcement tonight. If I can find it, I just had it in my hand here. I'm very pleased to announce tonight that this board will be resuming the hearing of live testimony from the public on agenda items at its November 18, 2020 meeting. Testimony on agenda items will be delivered through the Zoom platform as it was at our October 28th public hearing. There will have to be limits to the number of speakers that we can accommodate in Zoom, however. More details, including the sign-up process to deliver testimony to the board, will be made public prior to the November 18th meeting and will be posted also on www.aacps.org website. The board will continue to accept public testimony and post that testimony on our website as we have for the last several months in accordance with our COVID-19 related processes and procedures for written testimony and its submission. Next item is item 2.03, approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion to approve minutes? We have a motion and a second. Any requests for edit modifications? Seeing none, do we have consensus to adopt the meeting minutes as published, provided for any technical edits? We have consensus. The meeting minutes have been approved. Next item is 2.04, establish the agenda order. Do we have any requests for the published draft agenda? Seeing no movement of the body, do we have a motion to adopt the agenda as published? Motion second has been made. Do we have consensus? Consensus has been made by the board. Seeing no dissent, the agenda order has now been established. Item 2.05 is always reserved for recognitions, and we do not have any this evening. Next item is 3.0, the public comment. Ms. Howell, please report on the public comment received by the board.
We did not receive any general public comments.
Thank you very much. Items contained in the agenda will be reported as appropriate based on the agenda item in the course. Next item is 4.01, the Safety and Security Report. And joining us this evening is Ms. Jackson. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good evening, President Corkadell, Vice President Ellis, members of the board, and Dr. Arlotto. For the record, I am Monique Jackson, Deputy Superintendent for Student and School Support. I am providing a monthly update on security as requested. With an emphasis on elementary schools, and to the extent possible under COVID conditions, the Office of School Security continues to inventory handheld radio communication equipment issued to schools. The inventory is intended to ensure that equipment accountability and functionality, as well as to determine where the ratio of staff to issued equipment reveals disproportionality among schools. The office has expended all funds awarded through the Maryland fiscal year 2020 and fiscal year 2021 Safe Schools Grant. The fiscal 20 award, totaling slightly more than $201,000, earmarked specifically for the Office of School Security, purchased handheld communication equipment, including accessories, as well as portable lighting equipment and storage containers. The communication equipment will be issued with intentionality to reduce equipment disparities between schools. The fiscal year 21 award, totaling nearly $25,000, allowed a full refresh of the aged exterior and interior security cameras at Hilltop Elementary School. The office prioritizes replacing existing camera equipment that has exceeded expected operational life, which is more than 7 years old, and/or indicates significant quality loss. Grant funding allowed Hilltop Elementary to receive equipment that would have otherwise been delayed until at least fiscal year 22 through the capital budget process. Thank you. This concludes the update, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Ms. Antwine, do you have any questions or comments?
You guys looking at me? Are you asking me a question? Because I can hardly hear you.
Ms. Antwine, do you have any questions or comments for Ms. Jackson?
I did not get to hear the briefing, so I will move on for the sake of time.
Okay.
Thank you for being there, Ms. Jackson.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Antoine.
And it's only my fault. It's just technical side of things on my side.
Okay, thank you for letting us know. Ms. Schallheim, do you have any questions or
I don't. Thank you.
any other board members wish to ask questions? Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Jackson. And now for the bullying prevention report.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Good evening again, President Corkadell, Vice President Ellis, members of the board, and Dr. Arlotto. Again, for the record, I'm Monique Jackson, Deputy Superintendent for Student and School Support. I am providing an update on bullying prevention as requested. In August, the Middle School Bullying Prevention Work Group conducted a student voice survey to gather input from secondary students about their experiences during the building closures. All secondary schools, grades 6 through 12, including special centers, were represented in the survey. The information gathered from students was used to influence the development of the social and emotional programming in our county for this school year. Highlights from the survey include over 80% of students reported that if they encountered cyberbullying, bias-motivated behavior, or racial tension, they knew exactly where to access support. Over 66% of students indicated that check-ins by teachers and staff members were helpful during school building closures. Additionally, student respondents identified the teaching of coping strategies, mindfulness activities, and increased community building circles as helpful resources. This year, the Middle School Bullying Committee will continue to support schools in their effort to promote positive school culture and community. As of October the 31st, we have received 18 bullying reports and 6 bias-motivated behavior forms. It has been our recent practice to provide a report to the Board of Education by category at the end of each marking period. And as such, you should expect to receive this report shortly after the close of marking period 1. Thank you. This concludes the update, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jackson. Do we have any questions from members? I think we do have a couple. Ms. Antoine?
Thank you, Ms. Jackson, for that report. Thank you, President Corkadell, for the time to ask questions. I've been doing a little bit of, I guess, my own personal research of students who are considering what it means for them when they go back to school physically. And their main concern has been the bullying. And they feel safer. It's not, they're not necessarily thinking about COVID. They're not thinking about safety overall outside of their bullying, especially our youngest learners. They remember episodes that may have happened to them before the COVID crisis, and they haven't forgotten that. Are similar concerns coming your way from students or parents about when and if we do return to school, how do we manage the bullying?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for the question. So specifically concerns from parents, I would not say that is, we get those concerns in a large amount. But what we have learned from our research across the country, as well as best practices from seminars that we have engaged in as a team, is how to safely reopen. And that is one of the things that we have been focusing on, is the social, emotional health of our students. As such, one of the things that we have taken a look at is we have such low numbers of bullying and bias reporting during the virtual learning. What is the difference between the face-to-face, the in-person learning, and the virtual learning? That's the first question we have explored. And the second question that we have explored is, what is the impact of community building and the focus that we have on community building during the virtual learning period? And we believe that our focus on community building will help our students transition when we do return to brick and mortar.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine.
Thank you. Mr. Live, anything? Good? Okay. Ms. Shalhan, did you have something?
Only to say thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Shalhan.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Jackson.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cook.
Next is item 4.03, the Diversity and Inclusion Report. Joining us is Dr. Gillens. Dr. Gillens, always a pleasure.
Good evening, President Corkadell, Dr. Arlotto, and members of the board. For the record, I am Maisha Gillens, Executive Director of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement. I am providing the monthly update on diversity and inclusion. In May of 2020, this school board adopted the Anne Arundel County Public Schools Equity Policy and Regulations. The purpose of the policy and regulations is to ensure the procedures and best practices are in place to provide for educational equity and eliminate obstacles to accessing educational opportunities for all AACPS students. To ensure the implementation of the policy, the Office of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement is excited to announce the rollout of the Building Equity Stamina Training BEST series, BEST. We are partnering with different offices to build their capacity in leading through the lens of equity. This 4-part professional development series covers the following topics. 1, why equity matters in your sphere of influence. 2, analyzing scenarios and case studies. 3, content-specific analysis and program audits with an equity lens. And 4, next steps, action, and evaluation. To give you an idea of what participants will be experiencing, I will share with you the outcome of Module 1, why equity matters in your sphere of influence. Participants will evaluate their own personal readiness and the readiness of their teams to tackle issues of equity. They will determine their needs for choosing to focus on equity, define and level set words important to the work, including diversity, equity, inclusion, racism, anti-racism, and intersectionality. Determine areas of focus using a needs assessment, and to create a diversity, equity, and inclusion statement. This series is designed for ongoing work. Equity is not merely a box to check, but it is a way of thinking and being. I look forward to giving you updates on the Building Equity Stamina Training Series. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gillens. Questions or comments from members? Ms. Antwine?
Thank you, President Corkadell, and thank you, Dr. Gillens, for the incredible presentation. I have one question about board training. When will we be able, as the board, do you anticipate to get this particular training?
You know, Candace, you're reading my mind. I almost said it as a presidential point of information, and I decided let's get the questions done first.
Okay,
yeah,
I
so-
digress then. It's on you.
No, it's a very good question. Actually, I know we just got that. We have a series of training that we're providing to our CAC this year, and the board did start in its retreat of 2019. I believe what would probably be the equivalent to the first kind of piece of it. I
Somewhat, for sure. The
Mhm.
implicit bias part, self-examination, is
Mhm.
certainly a component for Module 1. You're absolutely right.
So maybe we can, in a future meeting, talk about taking some other opportunities for the board to continue their education on this. I think that's a great idea, Ms. Antwine. Absolutely. Did you have other questions? I didn't want to. Yeah. Anybody else? Seeing none? Thank you so much, Dr. Gillens. I know I did have a really quick question though. When are we the launch of it? When will we start to see employees and staff engaging in this?
We've already launched.
Good. Okay.
We've had it's a large group that we're working with, so it matters. So right now for Module 1, we've offered it to one group, but we had to again split them up. So we've 2 out of 3 of the large group, we've already gone through Module 1. So
Excellent.
tell me what you're asking exactly.
No, I was just wondering, like, are we engaging? And it
Yeah, we're
sounds like
engaging. We've already had to.
not that specific.
We've had, okay.
No.
And it
You
was
said that's
amazing.
specific.
It was amazing. We received really good feedback
Great.
on
great.
Module 1. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, you guys do such good work there.
Thank you.
Transforming. Indeed. Okay, seeing no more questions. Thank you so very much, Dr. Gillens. Next is item 4.04, the transportation report. And joining us is Mr. Alex Technovich. Thank you, sir.
Good evening. For the record, Alex Cheknovich, Chief Operating Officer, with item 4.04 Transportation Report. I'll begin where I'm going to close in reminding everybody, particularly those in the viewing audience, that it is a team effort to keep the entire team, which is our students and adults, safe during this pandemic environment. So with respect to transportation, I want to review one more time the bus safety protocols so that we're all on the same page and everybody knows what's to be expected. Please remember that these bus safety protocols are aligned with the determinations that the Maryland State Department of Education and the 24 transportation directors coalesced around, and they have been reviewed by our Department of Health. And finally, we are fortunate enough in that other LEAs have actually already begun their hybrid journey slightly ahead of us. So these protocols have actually been field tested in other jurisdictions and proved to be both prudent and viable and operationally sound. So with that as a backdrop, I want to remind everybody that we are going to have limited occupancies within the buses. It's going to be less than half of the capacity that we're accustomed to, and that is, again, to help us reinforce the social distancing requirements. There will be only one student to a seat. There will be an exception for siblings that come from the same household. So siblings will be accommodated up to 2. And the seat arrangements will be staggered. It is also important to know that the seats immediately behind the driver and the seats immediately behind the aide will be left vacant on purpose in order to allow that social distancing, not just between the students, but between the students and the adults on the bus. What is going to be maybe the biggest departure is, unlike all other prior years, students will essentially not have free reign to sit where they want. This is unfortunately a casualty of the current health environment, but in terms of loading the bus, so think of, I'm going on my way to school in the morning. Students are going to have to load with the very first students going to the back of the bus. So we're going to load from the back to the front. And I've been asked, why is that critical? In order to, again, maximize opportunities for social distancing, we don't want to have students that are standing or walking passing students that are already sitting. So with that as a framework, it makes sense. If we load from the back to the front, as new youngsters are entering the bus and coming onto the bus, they are getting the next available seat, but not passing other students that have already been on the bus. Once the bus arrives to school in the morning, the unloading is going to be in the exact opposite. We are going to be unloading from the very front or first seats first. Again, why? So that as students are getting up and discharging off of the bus, they're not standing next to or walking past the remaining youngsters that are still on the bus awaiting. So remember, we're going to load from the back to the front. We're going to unload from the front to the back. Once again, we are requiring the masks be worn while on the bus. That is a requirement of both the adults, the drivers, the aides, be they contracted or Board of Education employees, as well as the students. And we are asking not just that the students wear the mask while on the bus, but also while at the bus stops to maintain social distancing at the bus stops. And when they arrive at school, either in the morning for morning arrival or in the afternoon, please follow the directions that will be provided by the school-based administrators. We truly have 129 unique schools. We truly do. The geometry of those schools, the way that the sidewalks, the doors. Each school administrator under Dr. Lotto and Ms. Jackson's leadership has worked on an arrival and departure scenario. It is critically important that as students are arriving by bus, but also means they could be walking, they could be riding their bikes, they could be arriving by car. This evening, I'm only talking about bus. There will be administration, there will be school system employees there providing instructions to students on, once you get off the bus, here's where I need you to go. Again, it's going to be different. We're urging everybody to please be a little patient. It's a learning opportunity for all of us, right? All of our students and all of our adults have been used to, over how many years now, right? They get off the bus, they walk right to the same door, they meet with their friends before, all of that's going to be different, right? But the difference is purposeful. And everybody just has to be a little patient, work with the administrators. We will all get into this new routine very quickly. If one thing we all learned about students, they learn very, very quickly. And with just that little bit of coaching and that little bit of consideration and credence given to the instructions from the adults, they will very, very quickly adapt to both the arrival and departure scenarios. So again, expect a little bit of difference those first couple of days, but again, once everybody gets into the routine, we'll be where we need to be. And I said I promised I would end where I began, and I truly mean it as a team effort. The only way to maximize safety for everybody, and everybody again is our adults and students, is that we work as a team. Our students, our school-based administrators, our school-based faculties, our parents and guardians, we all have to work as a team to maximize that safety opportunity for our students. But with that, Madam President, I'll conclude my remarks.
Thank you very much. Quick roll call here. Ms. Antwine, any questions?
Yes, Mr. Shaknovich, thank you very much for that presentation. And also thank you for the considerations for safety on the buses. My question would be, at the bus stops, who is ensuring that the students get on and off in the proper order? Would that be the onus be on the bus driver to do that?
So yes, ma'am, essentially the bus driver. Now, there is not a particular order, so we're not asking, for example, that the students get on an alphabetical order or age order, height order. That's not the kind of order we're talking about. The order that we're talking about is, as they are boarding the bus, they will be given instructions to please go to the furthest seat in the back that's available. Again, and it's going to take repeats, Miss Antwine. You know, for the first couple of days, for sure, we're going to say, please go to all the way to the back, take the next available seat. Only one student for a seat, stagger the seat. So it's going to be a little slow to begin with, right? We're going to have to be a little patient and deliberate for the first couple of days. We're going to have to over-instruct. We may need a model for students. But again, I'm confident we have some of the best and brightest students anywhere, and I'm confident that our students will very quickly learn and adapt to the new routine. But it will be the bus driver and the aide that will be providing that conversation and direction at the bus stops. And then once we're on the school property, as the students are discharging the bus, again, the bus driver and aide will be providing them instructions while on the bus. But once they get onto the sidewalks and property at the schools, that's where it will transition over to the school-based administrators and the school-based teaching and faculty team. They will take over from that point in time and shepherd the students through the appropriate doors and into the appropriate locations within the schools. I hope that answered your question, ma'am.
It did. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good question.
Thank you. Mr. Live, anything?
I have a question.
I'm going roll call order, please. I believe
Great.
I was on Mr. Live. Thank you for the interruption. Ms. Hummer? Mr. Smith? Ms. Ellis? And I forgot Mr. Gilliland. I'm so sorry. I didn't think you did, but okay. Anything, Ms. Ellis?
Just thank you for painting a very clear picture of what families can expect when we begin to transport more of our students again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Grannon is hoping to join us at some point this evening. He had an unavoidable detainment. Ms. Schallheim?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I'd like to know, please, what you and Mr. Douglas and the team have achieved on the 27 recommendations that Prismatic put out. If you can give us just a very brief update on that. Thank you.
We can certainly put that together and provide it through Ms. Howell as part of a board item to you and all the colleagues together.
I would like to offer a point of information. The board was advised that our auditor, who normally handles, audits and consultations, has reported to the board that they'll be assisting in the coordination of that to make sure it's flowing properly to there. And I believe Ms. Howe is doing that. So I have no indication that that is not ongoing and occurring. And so I'm sure we can coordinate that out included in the already ongoing process.
And I've met with Mr. Fedowitz as well regarding that thing, ma'am. So that your point is valid.
Yeah, so we should be able to continue that course, I would believe. Thank you. Schallheim, you may proceed.
Yes, and then I also just wanted to encourage that transportation and I guess communications more broadly, once we do start, remind parents of the option that they selected regarding transportation so that we aren't making unnecessary stops, and so that parents are reminded of what it is that they selected for their child, because that, like the decision whether or not to go back, is important to us, and also would help us be as efficient as we possibly can be. So that's just a friendly request that, once we do ramp up to go back to hybrid, that in advance of that parents are reminded of the transportation option they selected, and so the transportation department could plan their routes efficiently and accordingly.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex. It sounds like, a video in the making, a how-to video and best practices video in the making. And it sounds like we made a lot of progress on getting everything in order. So thank you very, very much. You are absolutely correct. It is a team effort, and it is a greatly appreciated one. Okay, thank you. Next item is 5.01, the E-rating consulting services is next. Is that yours, Dr. Arlotta?
Recommendation, yes, ma'am. I recommend the Board of Education authorize the award of the contract E-rate consulting services to E-rate Elite Incorporated in the total amount of $339,000. So moved.
Motion and second. Any questions? I have a question from Ms. Antwine. Ms. Antwine?
Thank you, President Corkadell, and thank you, Dr. Lotto. My understanding of the E-rate program is this is an accessible program offered through the FCC, or is it, the FCC. So with this being the case, what support would we need in terms of consulting if the FCC is providing this to us as a school system?
Yes, ma'am. It's a wonderful question for board members and the public to understand. And certainly Mr. Sheknovich can speak to the specifics, but the short answer, Ms. Antwine, to your question is that the application process for reimbursement for E-rate is very, very cumbersome.
Got it.
And very intricate. And so this company helps us navigate that to ensure that we get the greatest return possible. And so that's the quickest response to your question. We hire services, we pay a minimal amount, and we end up getting millions of dollars back. But if you don't do it exactly right, and it is very cumbersome for staff to monitor and move through that, you could lose reimbursement dollars. This helps us
Wonderful.
ensure full reimbursement.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Lotto. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Any other further questions from the board? Seeing none. I need to, before we proceed, I was remiss in reporting that the transportation report did receive one public comment that was provided to the board. Sorry about that. Okay. Okay, seeing no more questions, Ms. Howe.
Miss Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland,
Aye.
Mr. Libe,
Aye.
Miss Hummer,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Miss Ellis,
Aye.
Miss Schallheim,
Aye.
Miss Corkadell.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you very much, Ms. Howe. Next item is 6.01, access to student info, the first policy revision, first reader of policy code JCM is access to student information, military recruiters, state or federal agencies, or institutions of higher education. And joining us this evening is Ms. Ortiz. Ms. Ortiz, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a while.
It has been a while.
It was a
Hello,
long
everyone
summer.
in person.
Well, welcome back.
Thank you.
Albeit we're kind of facing opposites now.
I like it like this. It's different. It's nice to see everyone and most of you in person. So for the record, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel. And so this evening we have the Division of Student Support Services is bringing policy JCM access to student information, military recruiters, state or federal agencies, or institutions of higher education before you for first reading. This policy was last updated a little while ago, August 2nd, 2006. So it's time. JCM has been amended to provide clarification regarding the current process and to better align with federal requirements. The policy will be on the AACPS website for a 30-day public comment period, and I can answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Ortiz. I'm going to see if we have any questions of the board at this time. Not seeing any. Ms. Scholheim.
Yes, I might have missed it because my hearing's not the best. But did you say that this was handed to us by the state, so we're just formulating a policy that matches the requirements? Is that what I heard?
So a little bit. So this is in accordance with federal requirements. And so we've had the policy in place for quite a while now, but we just needed to better align it, the language to better align with the federal requirements and just provide some clarifying language.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ortiz. Greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Next item is 6.02, the administrative personnel appointments. Dr. Arlotto.
Thank you, Madam President. There are no administrative personnel appointments for this meeting.
Thank you, sir. Next is item 6.03, personnel. Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I recommend that the Board of Education approve the appointments, leaves of absence, and terminations as listed on today's sheets.
We have a motion and second has been made. Okay, Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Miss Antwine?
Point of information, President Corkdale, was this a portion in closed session that we said we would move on the agenda until after the reopening?
Yeah, I'm happy to clarify, Ms. Antwine. It was decided that there was a section of information included in your personnel that needed further conversation. And so that item, Dr. Arlotto's recommendation was listing off the sections of what we are adopting that we are addressing. And the item that we were talking about previously has been held. So what we are adopting is that which is not in that category.
With that understanding, I vote aye, please.
Okay.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Lyde?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer? Aye. Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Scholheim?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you very much, Ms. Howell. Next item 6.04, the West County Elementary School schematic design. And Dr. Arlotto?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I recommend board approval of the West County Elementary School schematic design.
Second.
You have the documents before you, and we have staff here to answer questions as needed.
Okay, great. Looks like we may have one or two questions. Ms. Antwine, anything?
No, thank you.
Mr. Ladd? Ms. Hummer?
No, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Smith? Ms. Ellis? And,
Yep.
That's what I thought.
Really, just a quick comment to say how exciting it is to look at this and to know that this is coming for our families who need it very much. Thank you very much. We're excited.
Ms. Scholheim, did you have anything?
I just wanted to say thank you. I enjoy reading these, as you all know, and happy to see solar was part of it again, and looking forward to having the panels eventually, hopefully sooner than later, on our buildings. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you, folks. I believe you're probably going to stay seated because
Yes, we
next is item 6.05, 5, Brockbridge Elementary School Addition Design Development Phase. Dr.
Do we have
Armato.
to vote on the previous?
Oh, we do, and we have a motion and a second. Thank you for the point of information, Ms.
Point
Schallheim.
of information,
Yes?
can we ask for consent on this item?
We could probably get consensus on this item.
Okay.
Any defect to the consensus? Seeing none, Ms. Howe, please report consensus who has obtained for approval for West County Elementary School item 6.04. Thank you so very much, sir. Okay, now for item 6.05.
Yes,
Dr.
ma'am.
Armato.
Yes, Madam President, I recommend the Board of Education approval of the Brockbridge Elementary School Kindergarten Edition Design Development. You have the documents before you, and staff is here to answer questions.
So moved.
Motion and second has been made. Any comments? Ms. Antoine?
No,
Anybody?
thank you.
Anybody raise your hand? Questions, comments? Seeing none.
Wait, I'm on
Oh,
there.
Ms. Hummer, I'm sorry.
Just want to say again, it's always exciting to see construction projects on here and that we're moving ahead. Even if the kids aren't in the buildings, we are moving ahead on all of these. So thank you all very much.
We'll be ready when they come.
Well, you guys do such fine work indeed. Okay. Seeing no more comments, Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Miss Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland,
Aye.
Mr. Live, Miss Hummer, Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Miss Ellis, Miss Schallheim,
Aye.
Miss Corkadell.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Howe. Next item is 6.06, and thank you so very much, Lisa. And guys, thanks. Item 6.06, the Class of 2021 End of Year Activities Committee. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, President Corkadell. Prom is arguably the most magical night of senior year. I'm sure that many of you can remember many details from your own proms, what you wore that night, whether it be a homemade dress, your dad's wedding tux, or a rental from Sears, finally dancing with that special someone on the gym floor, or just stepping on their feet. And maybe you were just a player in high school and you went to 2 proms, or you had 2 dates to the same prom. No matter how it went, it was a night to remember. And I'm also sure that you all remember that feeling of overwhelming pride and emotion walking across the graduation stage to cheers of your family and friends. The grand finale of 12 years of tests, homework, and cafeteria pizza. You're ready to take on the world after walking off that stage. But right now, it's a scary time in the world. A lot of things aren't how they used to be, and seniors are hit especially hard. So we need to make sure that all our seniors still have a chance to safely make a few fond memories to look back on. Not just those seniors at schools with the most involved parents. That's why I move that the board directs the superintendent to create a Class of 2021 End of Year Activities Committee with the purpose of identifying options and best practices and to provide guidance for schools to safely host meaningful and memorable prom and graduation activities for the Anne Arundel County Public Schools Class of 2021. The committee will be comprised of members of the Anne Arundel County Public Schools Central Office staff selected by the superintendent or his designee, one of whom will serve as the chair of the committee, 2 faculty members from each high school or other educational senior centers with a senior class selected by their respective principals, 2 members of the Citizen Advisory Committee selected by the president, 2 members of the Anne Arundel County Council of PTA selected by the president, and 5 seniors who are members of the Chesapeake Regional Association of Student Councils selected by the executive team. The committee will examine and make recommendations in the following areas: activities, ceremonies, venues, capacity, compliance, and compliance with all health and safety guidelines, and any other area deemed pertinent by the committee or alternatively added by the superintendent or the Board of Education. And the results and recommendations of this committee should be shared with the Board of Education and made available for public consumption no later than February 3rd, 2021.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Smith will be reserved for last comment. In roll call order, Ms. Antwine.
Mr. Smith, thank you for that motion and that consideration way ahead of prom season. My first question would be for you, Mr. Smith. Does this committee only address the prom season?
Yeah, it's just prom and graduation. Are you referring to the homecoming season that just passed?
No, I was actually thinking about award ceremonies and other end of year activities that you as a senior will likely be encountering, and wanted to understand the scope of the motion.
Well, I'm sure that, well, this motion was specifically for prom and graduation, just because those are normally the bigger ceremonies that require more people and probably require extra planning in this era of COVID. But I'm sure that the recommendations and guidelines they come up with in this committee can be used for other end of year activities, such as award ceremonies.
Wonderful. And so, Dr. Alato, could you please share with us what is currently being done? Are there committees in place already doing similar work? And if so, could we incorporate some of the entities that Mr. Smith has introduced to that current committee?
Yes, ma'am. So to separate out, or let me start with the planning of graduations and proms are done at each of the high schools. So it's done at the high school level. And so there are committees at the high schools that involve students in their SGA. Many involve parents, staff members that help plan graduations and help plan proms. So that already takes place now. It has for eons. Our graduations in particular, there's really no need to discuss venue because we've already booked the venue. The venue has been planned and booked with Maryland Live, and we've booked the second week of June with Maryland Live. They've been fabulous partners. Last year, prior to COVID, we did an incredible amount of planning with the high school principals, and then each of the assistant principals that helps plan their graduation and members of their committees under the direction of Mr. Mosier, who did a fabulous job working as a go-between schools and the Maryland Live venue. They were just so accommodating. We did a number of tours during construction and then post-construction, so the high school principals could plan what commencement would look like. They had their own committee of high school principals and assistant principals to help plan the commencement at Maryland Live. We weren't able to obviously put that into place last spring, but we hope to plan, we plan to put that into place, into operation this upcoming spring for the class of 2021. Proms likewise are are planned at the high school level. Each high school does it a little bit differently. They pick their date, they pick their venue, and they go through the planning process and gets approval through their principal, but that's all done at each individual high school level.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Alaro. So a committee like this would be a centralized committee that will advise the subcommittees, I would say, at the high schools. Is that the idea behind it, Mr. Smith?
Yes, because the idea behind this is, we plan proms and graduations, but never in a pandemic. And from personal experience, I know the SGAs at each school, they're each in a different state. I want to make sure that everyone has the same access to a quality prom and graduation season. So it's the report would come back February 3rd because, let's say the planning starts in the springtime. So they'll be able to use that, the report as a starting point to where they need to work off from.
Well, I personally certainly look at this as a great idea, considering the non-traditional efforts that were made last year. I believe wholeheartedly that all seniors, as you shared, deserve this kind of opportunity to have memories that they can hold on for a lifetime. So this motion has my support. Thank you for introducing.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Mr. Gilliland, any questions?
Thank you, Madam President. I have one question for Mr. Smith, and then perhaps a comment afterward. But Mr. Smith, based on your comments, your introductory comments, which I think are spot on and very valid, you talked about seniors and memories that some of us may have had of multiple dates, multiple proms, multiple dates to the same prom. How many proms do you plan to attend this upcoming prom season?
Well, just to make sure I'm doing quality control checks, all of them, for quality control reasons. Just to make sure everything's running smoothly, a board presence. You can come too.
Oh, thank you so much for that. I appreciate this motion because I think, and I know a number of my colleagues who spoke at graduations or gave graduation speeches, virtual graduation speeches this year, commented on the fact that these have been abnormal times, and probably plenty of other words that we can use as adjectives there, but for lack of a better expression, I think many of our students were robbed this past spring, no fault of this school system, and it's perhaps even nationally and globally, that many students were robbed of the experiences that I think Mr. Smith referenced, that many of us had, and certainly as board members, we've attended what I would call our traditional graduation ceremonies over the years. And yes, those of us who can recall, attended traditional proms. And it's something that just resonated with me during that time, and I even addressed it in a number of graduation speeches this year. So I like what Mr. Smith is proposing. My concern that I have, though, certainly as Dr. Arlotto referenced, a lot of this is school-based and perhaps may even be redundant. But I think there needs to be some concerted effort, perhaps whether it's the board level or a school system-wide approach to say, what can we do? Because we don't know what the numbers are going to be like. We'll talk a little bit about that later this evening, but we don't know what we're going to be getting into come spring. And my concern, is to have another class that's robbed of the experiences that I think we all, cherish and memories that we love. So I will just say, sort of a caveat. While I like the motion, support the spirit of the motion, the only concern I have, or at least the primary concern that I have, is a committee of roughly 48 people. And, we're a board of 9, we see how chaotic this can be from time to time. But a committee of 48 scares the what out of me. And I just worry that committee, ends up, perhaps with a bunch of ideas that are just hard to implement if there is variation at the school level. Because I think what you're trying to address needs to be addressed, and I like your approach. I'm just worried about some of the unintentional consequences or even elevated expectations that might yield that can't occur. And again, as Dr. Arlotto said, I get that what is it? The casino is booked, or I'm not supposed to say casino. The Maryland Live, thank you, is booked for graduations, but I did that before. I'm sorry. But proms concern me a little bit too. Those venues I know are school-based, principal, senior class officer, senior class advisors, and many of them are probably booked already as well. So I just worry about a committee of 48 and the value that they might bring to something that may end up having an unintentional consequence. I like where you're going. I'm just not 100% sure that this is the right way to get the result that you're looking for.
If I could just add to something you said there at the end, Mr. Gillen, is for those schools, obviously we were not, use the term robbed, we were not able to move forward with proms last spring as planned, booked and paid for. Most of the schools were able to negotiate that with their venue and roll that money forward into the 2021. Some were able to get a return of funds, but some of them just had that money roll forward and then had one class pay back the other, but they were able to, many of them were able to roll that money forward for that venue and book a date into the spring of 2021.
Excellent. I appreciate that. When they, just to clarify too, I used probably a harsh word in saying that. That was not meant to say that this school system robbed them. I think it's the pandemic and you know, again, the national scene, global scene, not anything that our schools did or this school system. Just want to clarify that. That's all I have, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ladd?
Thank you, Madam President. I'm in general agreement with Mr. Gilliland's comments. The spirit and intent of the motion is quite valid and commendable, but I do see it as it duplicates the efforts of things that have been going on for, as the superintendent said, eons. And so anyway, that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Ladd. Ms. Hummer?
Yes. Well, first off, let me say, as a parent of two seniors who experienced pandemic graduation, while it was disappointing and it wasn't normal, I cannot praise this school system enough for what they did and how they tried to make special things in a really challenging and short time frame. The walk-through graduations, the kind of drive-through graduations, the award ceremonies, the senior spotlights, that was a phenomenal amount of work in an attempt to create some special moments for things that were taken away beyond their control. So I just want to say that up front. But at the same time, it was not the same, and everybody knows that. And that was not something we could control. One of my concerns, I have concerns too about the size of the committee because, you know, we're getting really in there, and it does seem to be that there's some duplication going on. My concern on proms is proms are very individual to schools based on, in large part, how much money is raised. Is that correct, Dr. Arlotto? The school system does not provide any money toward prom, do they?
That's correct. They do not.
They do not. So it's kind of even general recommendations. Recommendations may not work just simply based on the resources that are available. And again, as Mr. Gilliland raised, I'm concerned about raising expectations for some schools that may not have, you know, some schools have a tradition of doing a much bigger prom than others and things like that. I do feel that there's a lot of this going on the school level involving the class officers and the SGA, and I'm with the spirit of it, that we have some work together. Again, I'm going to say I'm not totally sure this is this big to have, but I think we all want as much as possible to make it as normal and special as possible for this year's seniors as we're going to be able to in advance. So I'm fully in support of that. So that's all that I have.
Thank you, Ms. Hummer. Ms. Ellis?
Mr. Smith, I think I missed the details on that as far as who do you recommend is on this committee?
Members of central office staff selected by the superintendent or his designee, and one of them will serve as the chair. 2 faculty members from each high school or other educational centers with a senior class, selected by the principals. 2 members from the CAC, selected by the president of the CAC. 2 members of the county council of PTA, selected by the president of PTA, and then 5 members of CRASC.
Thank you. Yeah. So first of all, I'm the mom of a senior who graduated last year, and it's all about the students, but I have to tell you, it's the families too. I mean, we all lost a lot last year. There's just so many special moments in that last year that were missed, and I have to echo the kudos to Dr. Arlotto and AACPS for all of the hard work that went into making the most out of that special milestone for our seniors. I do thank you for that. So I kind of see the dilemma here. I hear the concerns about that we do have staff dedicated working on this. What I'm trying to hear is more of the student voice. And Mr. Smith, I wonder if you could envision perhaps something, a committee made up of students that could be gathering information, because yes, these events are unique to every school, but no need for every school to reinvent the wheel. Because my observation last year was that some schools came up with some great ideas and others were kind of scrambling to make something just as special happen for their students just because they didn't know of the idea. So I am fully in agreement with sharing information and brainstorming together instead of everyone on their own. So I would love to see a committee of students who perhaps report their recommendations to be considered by Dr. Arlotto's team that would be engaged in planning.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Ms. Schallheim, questions or comments?
Yes, thank you. First, Drake, thank you so much for your motion. I think and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the point of this motion is to address inequities, perceived or otherwise, because I think what we're forgetting is some schools have the earth, the sun, and the stars, and others maybe not as much so. And so if the school system doesn't contribute to proms and it's left to the parents and the community, then you're going to have what I think is schools that have more access to resources than others. And so I definitely appreciate, and please correct me if I'm wrong on that, but if that is where you're headed, where you're trying to go, full support of.
Thank you, Ms. Schallheim. I do have a couple questions to it. I'm right there with Terry. I think there's two reasons why I see this having some really good outcomes. And the first one is, of course, is we should be periodically looking at our systems that have been going on for decades, obviously. And under our circumstances, the desire to want to make sure that the right people are at the table, I definitely see the value in that. The other, I think the opportunity for us to maybe get a little bit ahead of where we were last year, should we have to pivot out of a hybrid or an in-person graduation situation, I could see great value in advising some of the way things that worked last year and some of the ways we can get creative with a little bit more time under our belt, not in a phase one of a crisis, just working through an emergency reaction. I do share the concern about the size of it, and quite honestly, I love our CACs and stuff, but there appears to be more adults than Ms. Ellis was saying. I think it may be, I'm just going to suggest that to consider, based on the fact there are all these other things going on and stuff, that maybe ask to defer that Dr. Arlotto recommend to the board what the profile would be best suited to serve the students and the administration in a matter of trying to get this into something a little bit more condensed. It could be crafted in such a way that it doesn't necessarily call out with specificity and allow for that flexibility for that to occur. That's one way that sometimes we get something we can get something a little bit more in a practical sense. And so that is just my recommendation of something to consider. And then second to that, My only other concern about this is as it relates to the venues, particularly with graduation. This was a multi-tier thing between the county council, and AACPS and the owner of the facility that was negotiated over a period, I believe, of a couple years, literally 4 years is what Mr. Novich is indicating to me. And so I get my uncomfort zone in this, outside of what was stated, is that the committee would be spending time on something that I'm not convinced that we should be re-exploring because of the financial implications, as well as it's a really big thing. Now, I can tell you that I was part of the group. I was fortunate enough to be able to go down to the venue a couple times and with the principals. And so the principals and Mr. Mosier and Dr. Arlotto, and when we were walking through, and I was there more just to look at what it looks like for us when we go up to give our speeches, that we unfortunately did not get a chance to do. And what we used to have and what we have there accommodated to us without a fee is an amazing thing, considering the costs associated otherwise. It was significant enough that it was part of the development plan and part of the agreed upon and adopted upon with permits and everything else. So the word venue with the word graduation is the one that I was getting a little bit uncomfortable with, but for that reason, just because it involved so many people and took so long. So those are my couple comments and suggestions. I love the spirit and intent of this, and I think bringing up suggestions of opportunities, how we can close that gap. For those instances, I would be definitely interested in, most certainly, looking into. Thank you. That's all I have. Mr. Smith, you have final comments.
Thank you. I want to thank all my colleagues for their remarks, giving me a lot to respond to. I guess I just want to start with where this idea came from. Over the summer, you all may have seen Northeast High School for their seniors last year. They had a prom at the Yacht Club in Annapolis, I do believe. And, that in my mind, yeah, that's awesome for them. This is no hate on Northeast, but it brings up an equity issue. What about the schools that don't have the wherewithal to have a prom at a yacht club, right? To have a PTA to, bring up the funds, come together and just host one at a yacht club or any other event, right? This is not to say that parents of these other schools don't have the time, aren't involved, aren't willing to get involved. This is, people are busy. We're in a pandemic, and it was just might have been the last thing on people's minds. So I just want to make sure that this year that same thing won't happen. We won't come to a place where one school might have an awesome prom, awesome socially distanced prom, however that may look, and other schools have no prom at all, or just something that's just, I guess, lackluster and not memorable, right? This year has been rough enough for our seniors, so we'll make sure seniors at every school have a fantastic prom. To President Corkadell's point about the venue, yes, the Maryland Live, that's already been booked, so they wouldn't worry too much on that. The big thing here is a prom venue, so, now we come to the point of 48 people. Why are there 48 people on the committee? Well, there's 2 from every school with the senior class, so every school was represented and has a voice. And my original thought was that they would split it up Steven, right? 24 and 24. 24 to focus on graduation, 24 to focus on prom. And or about 24, because there's an unspecified amount of members from central staff. So they would just split that up. And I just have a question for Dr. Arlotto. How many people were on each of the reopening committees? About 12?
I think the number varied by committee. I'm sorry,
About 12 to 14.
12 to 14, 15 per committee.
Mm-hmm. So we're just, about 10 over. So I don't think the size should stop us, because also with the larger size, we can leave no stone unturned, right? You brought up not every school can have the same prom just because of price points. Well, we can have part of the committee look at price points for lower range, a mid range, and a high range. I think having a larger committee can really make sure that, like I said, leave no stone unturned. And then to the committee of students, students have great ideas, just like I had a great idea for this. But then, the adults bring it back to the adult world. They bring everything else to the student's eye. So I think I guess, compromise on that, they could say, survey your seniors, and then we'll look at the senior survey results, right? What do they want out of a prom? I think with the 48 people and with the insight from whoever's going to chair this committee, I'm sure that they'll find different ways to make sure that, one, this committee gets the job done, right? It's not 48 people sitting on a Zoom call just bickering for 45 minutes, that they're, assigning task leaders to look at specific things of value and meaning, and then make sure the recommendations are stuff that a school can actually do and schools can do to the best of their ability. So this all boils down just to equity. We want to make sure that everyone has the same starting point, right? Some schools have probably been looking at a prom longer, those senior classes, maybe they've been planning since the end of last year, depending on how long their class officers haven't been in place. Some schools, they might have just had an election and now they're just starting to look at it. And then, so we just want to make sure everyone's at the same price point. So I would just urge you all to not let the amount of people get in the way. I've seen large committees work before and they've, produced amazing work. So I'm sure that they will do it again. And February 3rd, we'll see a report where, if the COVID numbers are low enough, every single one of our high schools and centers with a senior class can have an awesome prom and graduation.
Point of information, Ms. Corkdale.
Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to ask Dr. Arlotto a question based on something that Drake said. The Northeast Prom, was that a school-sponsored event?
No, ma'am. There were no school-sponsored proms last year. Anything that was done in a variety, some parent groups got together on their own accord and had gatherings of students. A prom at the Yucca, I was not aware of that, but that could very well have occurred. But none of them were school-sponsored events. They were done by parents with their own private monies and on their own time. It was not coordinated by the school or overseen by the school.
Okay.
Point of information, President Corkdale, if I could, please.
Yes, ma'am.
For Dr. Arlotto. Dr. Arlotto, did all the high schools have a senior prom last year?
None of the high schools had a senior prom last year.
None of them did last
Correct.
year, and it was because of COVID?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Miss Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland,
No.
Mr. Lyde,
Nay.
Miss Hummer,
Nay.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Miss Ellis,
Nay.
Miss Schallheim,
Aye.
Miss Corkadell.
Nay.
5-3, motion fails.
Next item, 7.01, awards of contracts, review item. Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, ma'am. You have the agenda items before you. Glad to answer any questions the board members may have.
Any questions on the contracts, review items before us? Seeing none. Next item is 7.02. As we have agreed to receive a reopening plan update with every meeting for the 2020-2021 school year, the board office did receive 32 checked-in comments by the deadline for this item. Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. As compared to last week's update, I have much less information to share, but important nonetheless. Regarding technology, We had 2,202 more Chromebooks arrive over the past 2 weeks. We are still awaiting over 39,000 Chromebooks. But we're delighted we got those 2,000 plus, and they are being ready to hand out to students. Regarding laptops for teachers, we had 785 more laptops arrive in the past 2 weeks, and we're still awaiting roughly 2,800 more laptops for teachers and staff. I reported last week regarding MiFis. We have received 100 additional, we have ordered, 100 additional MiFi hotspots. And we are waiting, and they have been received, and we are waiting their activation from Verizon. When they've been activated, we'll go through the process of distributing those to students and families in need. Some of you were aware that at one point last week, we served our 3 millionth meal since beginning our meal service amid the pandemic back in March. And I just think that is a phenomenal number, and just can't thank our food nutrition service staff, their leadership, Ms. Reese and her team, as well as each one of the site directors and their teams have just done a phenomenal job. That we've served over 3 million meals since last March. It just is phenomenal. As was discussed with the board during our last meeting 2 weeks ago, there was some concern regarding some families that had not responded to the registration survey. So over the past 2 weeks, we reopened that survey to those families that had not responded. We sent out multiple contacts to them and asked them to respond. We got over 1,000 additional responses to that reopening. In addition to that, over the past 2 weeks, principals and members of their staff have done a great job of contacting families that had not responded and others as they are building their class lists. And those updated numbers were posted to the board site earlier this morning for you to see those updated numbers in grade bands by school. And lastly, our professional development that we talked about 2 weeks ago in preparing teachers for delivery of instruction in the hybrid model is being completed this week, and we'll begin delivery of that professional development, make that available for staff, teachers as needed. So with that is our reopening update. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, sir. Questions on our overall reopening plan and update? We're going to just roll through roll call order real quick. Ms. Antwine, any questions? Ms. Antwine, did you have any questions for Dr. Arlotto?
So my apologies. I clicked.
Oh, no, we can hear you now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So Dr. Arlotto, we were coming in today considering a go, no-go date for a decision for today. I was unable to pick up from what you just shared, your recommendations for that go or no-go. Can you share that with us, please?
The go or no-go date is already on the agenda. Ms. Antwine, I would suggest that we hold the comment for the actual agenda items, which is the hybrid reopening implementation date, otherwise known as, I believe we referred to it, strike, launch, and a couple other phrases we had used informally last week. The elementary school hybrid learning schedule, student-focused needs assessment, and request for CIC review are all relevant to reopening and are specific items.
Right. So I'll save it then. I was thinking that we were covering it all at one time, so my apologies for that. I'll stand by.
Thank you very much, Ms. Antwine. Sorry about that. I think because we gave it its formal name, it may have left a little bit of delusion there. Next is Mr. Gillen. Mr. Gillen, any questions? Ms. Hummer? Mr. Live?
Thank you, Madam President. Last week at our public hearing, we heard quite a few comments from many folks, obviously. But a lot of their comments were addressing a lack of knowledge or a lack of awareness or a lack of effort by the school system to promulgate guidelines for various different things. Things like, face coverings and social distancing, personal protective equipment procedure for employees, cleaning protocols, stay healthy, be well advice for our employees, what to do when we welcome students back to school, advice for families. All these things are on our website. They are a little, I must admit, a little complicated to find them. Could you describe for us what efforts we're making to make this information much more readily available and put out there to our folks, so we don't have these mystery questions in their minds that really cloud perhaps their judgment of how, what's going on?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Lyon, for the question. So as you will, I appreciate you bringing those posters in. Those are things that our wonderful print design team have developed and printed, and they'll be hung around schools and among offices as needed to inform both student, staff, and visitors as they arrive at our schools. Likewise, during my update last week, I purposely pulled up some of those points that you referenced, Mr. Lyde. Thank you, from our website, so that people would know better how to find them. Not all the information is as readily available, or shouldn't say is as easy to find as other information. So to that end, we have undertaken compiling all of that information into a single document, so that you won't have to search the web, and in particular for our employees, because I think what you heard most during last week's testimony during the public hearing, Mr. Lyde, were from employees that had particular concerns about safety issues as they returned to the buildings, and rightfully so. So we are taking that information and we are going to be compiling it into a document. And we don't have yet a name for it, but something of health and safety protocols for staff as they return to buildings. We'll have some name for it, but we are in the process of taking that information there, as well as some others, and compiling into a single document that we then can send out to all of our staff members. So they'll have that information in advance before they return to school buildings. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I just need to note, I called Ms. Hummer before Mr. Lyde. My apologies. Mr. Smith?
Yes, last week we talked about the requirements for masks on and off the buses, and we said we're looking into mask alternatives for special education students. Where are we with that?
So we have the team under Dr. McMahon's leadership has just been working tirelessly. I know you've heard me say that about staff members, but I can't tell you the hours in the past 2 weeks that Dr. McMahon, Mrs. Batten, members of the special ed team, and the 2 new directors in special education, Allison Barmatt and her team, have spent in trying to find ways, because the key for us is we want to get all students back into buildings. And I said that to you 2 weeks ago. And so, but we have an obligation for those students to be safe in the building that are unable to wear masks, and we have an obligation to the adults, the staff that's working with those students, whether it's the bus driver, the aide, or the teachers, or the teacher aide that's working with them in the classroom. We have an obligation. You as a board member have an obligation to their safety as well. So to that end, the team looked at a number of different options for masks, and we're able to settle on, and I'm just going to call it a hood mask. And it basically consists of a shield that, so nothing touches the face of the student. And so it's basically sort of a halo that rests on the top of the head with a face shield and then a fabric hood that then drapes down over the shoulders and the front and back of the student. And so we were able to discover this. We actually ordered a number of different types of masks. We think we settled on this. So we are now in the process, beginning on Monday, and again today, of calling those families of students in our special centers to let them know we now have this option that we will supply to them. They'll be able to take it home, clean the shield, and wash the drape, for lack of a better term. So I'm not sure I'm using that correctly, but the drape that's connected, they can wash, it can be detached and wash it home, and then the student can wear it again. So nothing will be touching their face, which appears to be the tactile concern, not for all students, but for many. And so that's the solution we're working with now. Those families are being called individually. That began on Monday and was hopefully going to conclude today to let them know about this option. We have put together through the Office of Special Ed a school safety team. What are we calling it?
Safety coaching team.
Safety coaching team, where we can work with parents to help coach their students that are unable to wear masks to or this hood, to learn over time how to do that so they can protect themselves and protect others and return to school. So that process is underway, and we've begun to invite those families back into the school, and we'll utilize this new hooded mask.
Fantastic. And I know a lot of parents that are watching will probably be excited to see what the masks look like. Will pictures be made available anytime soon, or once we're done with, I guess, this pilot phase, then we'll make it more readily available?
Yeah, so this safety team has been reaching out to parents and explaining and talking about. There is a picture that we've been sharing by email. We can send and say this is what it looks like, but we'll have the students try it out, and we hope this will solve that issue. But most importantly, we want to be able to bring the students back in, and that we are being able to help control their safety and the safety of the adults that work with them.
Fantastic. And I would love if that could be shared with the board, the image, just because I'm curious to see.
Sure, we
what
can
like.
send a picture out. I'll send it to Diane and Jackie and have them post it so you can see a picture of what it looks like.
Awesome. And just to be clear, this is going to be made available to any special education family that requests it, or the ones that we identify?
So we're going to have to go through the IEP process.
Okay.
For our students that are in special needs. We have begun to purchase for those students that are in our special centers so we can get them back in. I don't know that we're going to be able to purchase one for every student that's a special needs student. There'll need to be a documented reason why they're unable to wear a mask, and we'll go through the IEP process. Is that appropriate?
Yes.
Fantastic. Awesome.
So share the picture.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Ellis?
Thank you. Dr. Arlotto, I did ask you about the updated numbers after reaching out to families who had not responded to the survey. So are the numbers still accurate that we had about 600 additional students opted in for choosing hybrid, and about 750 chose one of the virtual models? Is that still an accurate number?
Those were the numbers. So those numbers that I shared with you are accurate.
Okay.
But they don't.
Yeah.
Sorry. Those numbers are accurate, but I don't believe those numbers included the personal outreach that schools did. I think this was just as a result of the survey responses. When we reopened the survey, I don't believe that it necessarily includes when they spoke with a family directly and that family made a choice.
Okay, so the number could be above 1,350 roughly that you shared.
And that's why you have the most updated numbers,
Right.
the ones that were posted to the board site today for you to review by school.
Right, I reviewed them by school, but I'm looking for some overall trends here.
Mhm.
I mean, just based on the, that was several days ago, so I'm sure there's updates since then. But when you did share those numbers with me, that means that out of parents that did not initially respond, they opted in at a rate of about 44%, as opposed to the roughly 34% who responded to the survey previously. So that gives me concern that there could in fact be a greater need among those families that have not yet responded. So I think it's important that those families that still have not been reached can still have the option to opt in for semester 2 rather than defaulting them into full year virtual when we haven't even reached them. Is that a possibility?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Okay, so families that we have not reached have been opted into full year virtual. Is that correct?
Mhm.
I would like to see them have the opportunity.
Well, let me just clarify. It's not that we've not reached them, it's that they've not responded.
I understand that.
Okay, I just want to,
Yeah.
there's a clarification.
Okay, I didn't mean to imply that.
No, I just want to make
Yeah.
sure that we're on the same page.
Right. So that any family that has not responded, there's still an opportunity for them to opt in to hybrid learning for the second semester. Because for whatever reason, they have not responded to outreach, and I'm concerned that there's still a need there.
Okay.
Is that a possibility?
We will resurvey families in the second semester,
Okay,
for the second semester.
so those families will have that option.
We will resurvey the families, right? I hope that they'll respond,
Right, of course.
right? But yes,
Right.
we will resurvey families going for the second semester models.
So just to be super clear, to make sure I'm understanding clearly, any family who has not responded to the survey so far could respond for the second semester to engage in hybrid learning.
Correct, when we send that out. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sullivan?
Thank you. Can you all hear me? Perfect. Okay, great. Dr. Arlotto, thank you so much for that. My bot decided to go AWOL, and so I'm on a different one. And so I missed the very beginning of your presentation when you talked about technology. I wrote down 2,202, but then I had to get on another one. So can you repeat just that portion of your remarks, please?
Yes, ma'am. Regarding student Chromebooks, since the last board meeting 2 weeks ago, we have received 2,202 more Chromebooks, and we're still awaiting over 39,000 for delivery. Regarding laptops for teachers and other staff, we have received in the past 2 weeks, 785 more have arrived, and we're awaiting close to 3,000 laptops for teachers and staff. And we have added, and we have ordered and received an additional 100 MiFi hotspots, and we're awaiting their activation from Verizon.
Perfect. Thank you for that. I'm just trying to think if I have any. I'm sure I do. Looking through my notes. Just one sec. Yeah, I think I'm okay for now for this agenda item. I definitely have more for the subsequent ones, but I'm very grateful for the report. Thank you.
Thank you. I just had a couple quick questions. We have we haven't talked about it in the last couple updates, but I do have a couple questions as a follow-up. We had originally, everybody was in asynchronous, and then in July, the board, we continued to proceed with launching in virtual. And it was reported to us that there were a number of students who still despite, hot spots that we're still obviously having to buy, so clearly we don't have it covered yet. Not to our own fault, but there's still that. So we still have families who have chosen, for whether it's their job, or their childcare, whatever the case may be, their personal circumstance, are still engaging in asynchronous learning. I know some of them have since also transitioned since the beginning of the year. And so I was curious to see how many students we still have in asynchronous learning environments for the current.
How many we still have in asynchronous environments? I don't have a figure right now of, I guess I'm confused. Are you talking about the students that are currently attending in the virtual environment?
Well,
because we do have, as you said, you're right, there are some families that we've reached out to, and they are by choice not engaging in the virtual environment.
correct.
So no, we have some of those families that are engaged, that are not engaging in the virtual environment.
So that is asynchronous learning, correct? If they're not engaging live with the teacher at the time, then they're learning asynchronously, correct?
If they're engaging with us at all.
Well, correct, yeah.
Right.
So we have, I'm not sure, you might be speaking with the ones on the alternate attendance plan, perhaps?
Well,
So we have-
I consider them all part of that same group where they're not receiving the virtual, they're not in the traditional, not that we have a tradition for
Right,
virtual
right.
learning like this,
Right.
but what we're referring to is the standard of virtual learning.
So I think the students you're speaking of right now, Mrs. Corcadell, are most probably the alternate attendance plan students.
Mhm.
They actually do use our teachers and the materials that they're providing, but they don't necessarily attend virtually during the time periods of the AM and the PM blocks. So they're on an alternate attendance plan. I was just conferring with Mrs. Jackson. The last numbers we have are approximately 150 students,
150, okay.
but we could
And
update
is-
that for you.
And you're right, that would be the asynchronous, correct.
Yeah, so we still have 150 people for asynchronous. Okay.
And we can get an update for you.
Okay. Well, it kind of came to my attention. I mean, I know we were not, that number was knocking down, and we were making great progress on it. But there was something reported in the media that didn't exist anymore. And I was like, no,
And some of those-
I thought it kind of
No, you're
did.
right.
Yeah,
And some
it
of
really
those
did.
students are actively engaged. They have a family member who maybe has to take them to work, and so they cannot be
Okay.
online.
Well, yeah, correct. That's what, that makes sense.
And we created a process so that they would not fall through the cracks, if you will. We wanted to know where they were. We didn't just want them to disappear because they could not log on. If they were, again, using the example, I'm taking my child to work with me. We have a daycare center at my child's work in the city, but they won't be able to get online during that time. Then we wanted to make sure that we knew where that student was, we could account for them, and then still give them access to the Google platform that they would utilize in the evenings and on weekends to access their learning.
Okay. And when we launched for the hybrid, were we able, do you know, and I know it was a survey just with people, so I don't know, but I know that you guys make extra contact with these 150 some. Do we know whether or not the current hybrid adopted model either was able to meet the need and so the number's less, or will be able to meet the need, or is the need not going to be achieved until we have more of a full in-person?
So I can't answer the number on how many moved because of it, but I do know they were aware of it. In some cases, I know it wouldn't meet their need because they were talking about a 5-day-a-week need, but in other cases it may have, and so we can get that change, that delta for you.
Yeah, that would be great, just to keep tabs on those, because that is a group that actually, fortunately, we can keep tabs on. We've got all these other classes of groups that we cannot. So that is greatly appreciated. And then to that effort, do we know when we'll be receiving any indication on the next numbers as it relates to some of the secondary conditions related to health or mental health of our students. I know from time to time, our different agencies and nonprofits in the social services realm will share information to give us a snapshot of some of the things that are facing our students. And given that we can't touch them and, we can't come in that contact with them one-on-one in our classrooms right now, I was just curious if we have any recent numbers. And I also say that because our state superintendent, Dr. Salmon, alluded to that not only at our annual conference for boards of education, but also in recent comments at the last State Board of Education meeting, and other State Board of Education members were discussing that. And that's information that has not really been shared with us in any formal capacity. So I was wondering what we know and when we could maybe find out more information on some of those. I heard an example was 7 out of 10 of our teenagers in one of the surveys in our region and state are reporting new or an increase in their existing mental health medical conditions. And so I was curious if you could just kind of update on us on some of that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ms. Corkadell, for the question. As you know, and as Ms. Ellis well knows, that Mr. Vogelin has a handle on the student population and the needs of our students through our Office of Professional School Counseling. Secondarily, we also, through Ms. Pellegrin's leadership, have formed, Ms. Pellegrin and Ms. Egan, have formed the Teen Mental Health Advisory. And we meet and we talk about, especially in the COVID world in which we are meeting virtually, we talk about some of the issues that come up. As you can imagine, it's a little bit harder in the virtual world to, especially sometimes when students, appear to be okay, but they are not. And so we continue to encourage students to meet with their professional school counselor. We still offer the same variety of services. I believe, Dr. McMahon, we do have a place on the website that talks about the services that we offer through student services. And
on our virtual learning website. So all of these websites for the reopening, it starts with www.aacps.org and then virtual learning or fall 2020. That's where everything exists at this moment.
And then as we continue to collect the data, we will have that updated data probably, it usually happens end of the year, usually in the springtime, where we have updated data that usually is a result of a report that we have to develop for an outside agency, as you mentioned before. We continue to work with our wonderful partners in the Anne Arundel County government, especially Ms. Michler, to continue to offer services not just to our students, but our families as well. And then last, but certainly not least, we continue to have a wonderful partnership with Lieutenant Thomas, because unfortunately, we still do have car accidents and things like that claim the lives of our students, as well as many family members. And so we continue to work with Lieutenant Thomas, Ms. Corbin, and that team to provide services not only to our students, but to our families as well.
So to that effort, and it's something that I may have just missed in the plan because, there's a lot of moving parts on these things, is that in the hybrid model, would the students then be provided with that opportunity, albeit masked, social distanced, and well-sanitized environments, have the opportunity to start to re-engage at a more personal level with their guidance and with those other support services? We have psychologists, social workers, there's a whole team effort there. If I miss anyone, it's not because they're not important, but is that part of the plan? So our kids that are struggling, whether they're they're tiny, or, like in the first grade,
Absolutely.
or they're in the 10th grade, when hybrid resumes, they'll get those additional services?
Yes.
Absolutely. And it's a good time to point out that that's part of their regular schedule. Their professional school counselor continues to do their guidance lessons. They have a classroom. Many teachers have different calming areas, have developed calming areas. And then also, and again, thank you to Dr. McMahon and her wonderful team for providing a schedule that's rich in socializing for children. Children have an opportunity to socialize, not just during the classroom setting, but they have clubs and activities in high school. They have the wellness block, and that affords students the opportunity not only to express themselves, but to engage with each other. And, I have a high schooler at home, and he doesn't like to engage very much, but he has said that that is one of the things that has been really helpful to him.
Mine too, actually. And if I'm walking by his door, because I have my area set up upstairs and my husband downstairs, but yeah, that's the block where I hear maybe a little louder.
Right, the clubs and activities, absolutely.
Absolutely. And do we know yet what percentage of our students chose to engage in some of the extracurricular activities in our high school?
Oh, it's huge. The numbers are up tenfold. And the interesting piece, the students have chosen a richer variety, just because there is now a richer variety to choose from. And so students are sampling from all kinds of things, exactly what we wanted, sort of the survey opportunity to engage, but also the social aspect to move away from the isolation that might be happening for some of our students. So yes, we can get those numbers for you, but they're a great, serious increase in engagement.
That's great. And then we do have safe areas for the ones that are engaging in more indoor oriented things, like, mock UN type stuff and the inter-practice interview, the different things like that coming out of some of
history
our,
clubs, yes.
History clubs and the like. Yeah, I would be curious. I don't want to create a project, but I think it would be helpful, because I'm trying to put together, okay, how many kids are we reaching in this alternative environment until we can return? I mean, there's not a will where, there's not a will of everybody on the elementary side. I can't presume the high schoolers, they occur afterwards. So I'm very, very concerned about that. And so we do have that safe environment for them, though, right?
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, my son engages in some of it, but I try not to use him as a modeled example here.
Right. Absolutely. No, absolutely. And like I said, we have the anecdotes with students that have said that it has been really helpful, especially when you're going into high school or you're going into middle school as a new student, to engage with older students that want to partake in the same club, participate with a variety of students, and then that develops a mentorship program that is a natural mentorship program instead of forced, like sometimes adults like to do.
Well, it also sounds to me like that solves some of the concerns I heard earlier as it relates to the bullying, because we're creating, I think this is that opportunity that we can take of having a multimodal environment where we can maybe build a new bridge where a bridge didn't seem buildable at the time. And we may have a new stable environment to envelop that. Of course, for every one of that, I'm sure there's another or that's near the opposite. But yeah, because when I think about the mental health rising numbers in our teens and what that will turn into when we get into this spring and next year is where we're going to start to really see the outcomes. It's almost like a false sense of security where everybody thinks that's okay, that we're existing like this, but it really, really isn't for their best health. So thank you very much for sharing that. I look forward to some of that information in the future. As I said, not as an assignment. Okay. Do we have any other questions? Do we need to do another round with Dr. Arlotto on generalized? Okay. Ms. Antoine, anything further? I think your mute is still engaged. Almost. Try again. I think what I'll do, I'll come back, see if you can, I know this is like a newer thing, so I'm sure there's a button there. I'll come right back over to you. Mr. Gillen, any further questions on reopening? Mr. Ladd?
Thank you. No, Madam President.
Ms. Hummer? Mr. Smith? Ms. Ellis? Ms. Schallheim?
Yes, thank you. I did have another question about those who didn't respond. So they would then be put in the virtual school and then moved again in the second semester if they chose a hybrid model, right? So they would be moving twice then? Can you clarify?
Good question, Mrs. Schallheim. No, they would be put in the virtual full year program at the time we make the move, whenever that is, and then they would stay there for the remainder of the year. Now, if we give everybody a chance to make another decision at the point of the semester change, then that's a decision point. But at this point in time, the idea would be wherever we put you now, the best case scenario is that we don't stir the pot more and upend you again. And so actually keeping you with the teacher and your colleagues, your peers, would be the best case scenario.
Okay, so but if someone didn't respond truly because they still they want a different path, but they haven't engaged with the school or for whatever other reason, because they haven't engaged and responded, even if they wanted something else, they would be put in a virtual environment. And then if they were given the opportunity to make that change at the semester mark, they would essentially be moved twice.
If they make a change, if they choose to go hybrid, then it would change them. If they choose to stay virtual, the question would be, why would we move them? We would want to keep them right where they are, because at the semester change, really what we have is two choices at that point. You're either virtual or you're hybrid, you're in person.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question is about buses and cleaning. So sorry if this has already been gone through, but who is cleaning the buses and how frequently?
This is Alex Shaknovich, Chief Operating Officer. So the buses are being cleaned by the operator of the bus. So if it's an AACPS owned operated bus, we would be responsible for that. If it's one of our contracted service providers, they would be responsible for that. Buses are slated currently in the elementary school environment to be cleaned at the end of the day. Because they're going to be busing the same cohorts. If they're only busing one elementary school, if they're busing two elementary schools, they'll be cleaned between school riderships. So there'll be multiple cleaning points, and that's going to be differentiated depending on the level of bus utilization. But again, it'll be undertaken by either our employees or the contracted employees.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that's all I have for now. Thanks.
Okay, that concludes item 7.02. Next item, 8.01, the hybrid reopening implementation date. And so before we begin this, let me just recap everyone here. There was a motion that did not pass that was made at the last meeting during the reopening update that was made by a member. As an outcome of that of that conversation, the board decided to continue the conversation as it relates to when to review the health officer's metrics for return. And I believe it was commonly referred to as launch dates and strike dates, but it is actually when to determine whether or not to move forward with the implementation date of the hybrid reopening. And so item 8.01 was met immediately with multiple members with an interest in proposing what a reopening implementation date would look like. And so although not all were received by myself, my understanding is we do have multiples. And similar to how we handle with multiple options in the past, we are going to go with an option vote. So just as a refresher how this works, the first thing we're going to do is we will receive the we will give Dr. Arlotto a chance to weigh in on any relevant information. I believe there was some, I know I asked a question about Dr. Kalyanarama's recommended information and was advised that we would look into that. So after we receive the information, we will open up for roll call for any questions of the staff prior to engaging. And then in roll call order, I will call every member's name. If they have a option that they would like to propose along with the others, they can do so and read it in at that time. If they've not already sent it over to myself and to Ms. Howe for the purposes of presiding and secretarial services engagement for roll call and vote, to do so at that time. And then we will go down and we will just number them. Number one, if Miss Antoine has one, Miss Summer has one, Miss number two, and just go down through the roll call order. And then what we're going to do is, though, as each member is introducing it, they will introduce it. We will discuss and ask questions of it and debate it at that time and then move on to the next one. So we will not vote on any until the very end. So just like with, this is the same thing with our redistricting and our budget. And then we will, Ms. Howe will call roll call order, and the member will vote on which option that they would like. If we do not go to 5, then we will eliminate the lowest numbered option and revote. If we're down to 2, if we only have 2, then we will, of course, continue until we have one with 5. So with that stated, I will start with Dr. Arlotto. Sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, members of the board. I have had the opportunity over the last 2 weeks to meet with Dr. Kalyanaraman, members of his team, including phone conversations with him on Monday of this week and earlier today. It goes without saying, but I will remind the board and public that as we've gone through this process of planning for a reopening, which began back in March when we closed, we have always done so, given the caveat that a reopening would be contingent upon it being safe and healthy to do so, that we would follow the metrics. Likewise, this board, along with our county council, asked Dr. Kalyanaraman and his team to produce school reopening metrics. And they were able to do that, Dr. K and his team, and they presented those metrics and that matrices, that green, yellow, and red chart, to this board and to the public for our consideration and for use in our planning in reopening. Unfortunately, we've gotten to a point where we are now several weeks away from beginning to implement our reopening plan that was approved by this board. And the case rate numbers in Anne Arundel County are going in the wrong direction. They've reached over 15. I think it's at 15.3 today as of yesterday's data, or 15.4, something like that. And so with that and a conversation with Dr. Kalyana Raman and asking for his input, I am recommending that the board, that we not move forward with our reopening plan for our elementary schools in November of this month, or the month that we're in now, for the 16th or the 30th, that we postpone that due to the metrics. And asking Dr. Kalyana Raman for his input that I could share with the board tonight. He shared with me verbally and then in writing shared with me the following, that he is recommending, his team at the Department of Health is recommending, one, that grades K to 2 and 3 to 5 should remain virtual and not open in a hybrid model on November 16 and November 30. He is also recommending, because of the current numbers, that technology classes, English as a second language classes, and special needs classes should switch to virtual learning, that are currently meeting our small groups. They should switch to virtual learning. And that our athletics and extracurriculars should switch back to virtual engagement as well. And so with his recommendations, and I am recommending the same for consideration of this board.
Thank you very much. Okay. Any questions to the information presented by Dr. Alato before we begin with presentation of motions?
Yes.
Ms. Antoine, we're following roll call order, Ms. Schulheim. I believe I mentioned that several times. Ms. Antoine.
Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yay.
Great. Dr. Lotto, I appreciate the time you take to work with student people and outside of it to bring us a solid presentation. Without anything here to answer for himself, has he indicated to you why he is encouraging the schools to go totally virtual again?
I believe she's asking why he is encouraging it. Can you go over the why he is recommending it? Yeah, but you know what, your mic's off, and that could be why the question would be, okay, there we go.
So, Ms. Antoine, you're asking why Dr. Kalyana Raman is recommending that we do not move forward opening the hybrid model?
Yes, sir. When you all engage in your conversations, he's recommending that we basically go back totally 100.
We lost you, Ms. Antoine, unfortunately. But he is indeed recommending, you are right. In short, he's recommending, and I am recommending at this point, that we return to the virtual environment. And that is as a result of the COVID numbers, the metrics. The metrics puts us now at over 15, puts us in the red. And so it is, in terms of the matrices that he created for us as part of our reopening consideration. And so that is his recommendation, and that is mine, that we continue to follow the metrics as we have up to this point.
Ms. Antoine, any other questions? You know what? I think we are having a little bit of audio there. Okay, you know what? I think this, given it, why don't we stand at ease for 5 minutes and see if IT can coordinate with Ms. Antoine. This is too important of an issue for us to have an otherwise engaged member not able to engage. So the board will stand at ease for 5 minutes and return at approximately 1:45. Thank you, everyone, for being patient as we work through some IT issues, and it does appear that we are now back in action again. And so we were just getting ready to start going in a roll call order for any member who has a specific motion of plan for the hybrid reopening implementation date, and we were on Miss Antwine. Miss Antwine, and if I could ask members to please gain composure so we can hear Miss Antwine. Thank you. Miss Antwine? There may be a little delay, no worries. Not quite. Oh, darn. Miss Antwine, since all of the items are going to be heard equally, I'm going to see if they can continue to work through, and if not, we'll take another stand at ease. We do have a plan B if we can't stabilize. So next in roll call order is Mr. Gilliland. Mr. Gilliland, do you have any motions to present for item 8.01 for consideration?
Not at this time, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ladd?
Not at this time.
Ms. Hummer?
Yes, I have a motion to present. So on October 7th, this board voted to move forward on November 16th with the hybrid reopening plan developed by Dr. Arlotto and his team. And since then, the entire school system has been working to move forward toward that reopening. This board has provided all the support we can and worked to answer questions and clarify the plan for our families. And everyone in the school system, especially our teachers, want our children back in the classroom, and everyone has been working to make that happen. However, from the first unveiling of the reopening plan, it has been stated and reiterated again and again by the superintendent and members of this board that reopening would always be contingent on the COVID health metrics developed by the county health department. As Dr. Arlotto said yesterday, the number reached 15.3 cases per 100,000, the highest it has been since the pandemic began, and in the red zone where the health department advises the schools not be open. Based on the standards we ourselves have stated we will follow, we cannot proceed with the hybrid reopening at this time. This is incredibly disappointing for many of our families and our staff that has been looking forward to students returning in person, but health and safety must be at the top of our priorities. On top of the record high numbers, we are also fast approaching the winter holidays, which bring more disjointed school schedules and the increased risk of COVID exposure during holiday travel and visits with extended family and friends. Our families and staff need to be able to plan their work and childcare schedules without continual uncertainty as to when schools will open. Therefore, I make the following motion. Whereas the current Anne Arundel County COVID health metrics, based on data as of November 3rd, 2020 from Johns Hopkins University and the Maryland Anne Arundel County Departments of Health, are at 15.3 in the red zone and are increasing daily with trends indicating a continued upward spike. And whereas on October 29th, Governor Larry Hogan has renewed the state declaration of emergency due to COVID-19, and whereas the CDC and other health agencies warn of significant risk posed for even higher caseloads as we move into the holiday and flu seasons, I move that the board support the superintendent's recommendation to postpone the as yet unimplemented portion of the hybrid reopening of schools, and also have students and staff remain in virtual learning through the end of first semester.
Second.
Okay, that is now option one. So we're going to have comments and questions on this, and then we will move down the line for the next option of consideration. So in roll call order, Ms. Antwine, do we have you back on audio yet? No, okay, we're still working on it there. So I'm gonna see if we're in the comment of this one and you're not able to communicate, we will stand at ease one more time to remedy it, most certainly. So holding Ms. Antwine to the end, Mr. Gilliland, any questions or comments?
Thank you, Madam President. I do have a comment, but first, if I can just as a point of order, if it may be appropriate, I just would like to confirm that Ms. Antoine is able to hear us.
Ms. Antoine, can you put a thumbs up or something if you can hear us? All right, okay,
Great.
yeah, that's why I thought and presumed, but thank
Okay.
you as a fellow member double checking.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Ms. Antoine. I will be very transparent, say that I worked with Mrs. Hummer as she was wordsmithing her motion, and I fully support it. I will just preface with saying that I believe very much in the benefits of online and blended learning. In fact, I've made a career of it. And certainly my experience with the online learning modality has been much different. Perhaps my expectations are much different, and dare I even say, a little bit higher. Not necessarily with what AACPS has been doing, but with K through 12 overall. I think K through 12 was hit by a brick wall in March and has been learning ever since how to move quickly to do what higher ed and other educational environments have been doing for years. It's just never been K through 12's bailiwick, but I think we have made great progress in the online space, and it's really due to a lot of the effort of people in this building, Dr. Arlotto, your leadership, but I think most of all, our teachers in the execution of the online learning modality, even if it's not the ideal learning environment, or with regard to the tools, et cetera. But one thing is clear, it's not working for everyone. And even the best online learning model is not for everyone. I've seen that as well. My prior vote, when we moved, I believe, on Mrs. Ellis's motion 1 or 2 meetings ago, was right for me, and I still stand by that vote. I want students in school with the option or the choice for our families and for our students. But all along, that prior vote was contingent on the health metrics. And as Dr. Arlotto said, 15.3, 15.4, that's roughly a 50% jump in just 2 weeks. If my math is right. We were hanging somewhere around 10 2 weeks ago when we were here meeting last. If we were near 10, or even if we were trending downward, I would vote no on this motion and would have shared that rationale as to why. But the reality is, we're not moving in that direction. As much as I want to see our students back in school in the most appropriate learning environment for them, and especially those who are not able to or even comfortable learning in the online modality or blended or hybrid, I just feel like we've got to put health and safety above all. But additionally, I do support the motion because it attempts, it's not perfect, but it attempts to eliminate a lot of the ambiguity and a lot of the uncertainty that I think we've witnessed through countless emails, testimony, etc. You had testimony last week with these rolling dates. And as we last convened, we were going to decide tonight, go, no go. And then I know there have been subsequent conversations about having a motion or a discussion, I should say. I shouldn't be preemptive in saying that, but having a discussion about other options that might give us the opportunity to, again, postpone a decision until a later time. But I think families need certainty. I mean, we've witnessed over the last 24 hours on a national scene what uncertainty is like, as people are waiting for, the news of who the next president may be. I just hope we can give people certainty here. And I think the second semester target date that's in Mrs. Hummer's motion does that. But what it also does, in addition to giving families certainty, while not tomorrow, like I would really like to see, if the health metrics provided that opportunity, or while not next month, when we're starting to contend with the holiday season and time out of school, well-deserved time off for our students, well-deserved time off for our teachers, and certainly all of you guys here. It's going to allow some time for appropriate planning. It's going to allow the staff here, led by Dr. Arlotto, the time to find the North Star, whatever expression we want to use, use their compass to get to where they need to go, and not piecemeal this or rush this, so that this can be done in the best way possible. It allows our teachers to prepare. And quite honestly, it allows, even though it's not something that we're supposed to be focused on, but let's just call it life and reality here, but it gives time for families to appropriately plan to hit a target date. Because we know that what we've experienced, a lot of families, especially families where we've got single parents, are trying to figure out how to manage a schedule. But most of all, I think it gives our students time to plan, and certainly families to plan as it relates to their children. So I am going to vote for this motion, but certainly it's not where I would like us to be. But the reality for me, and what's at least going to help me to sleep better at night, is to know that we're putting health and safety first. And I'm proud to support Mrs. Hummer's motion. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Gillen. Mr. Ladd?
Thank you, Madam President. A clarification on the motion. Does your motion, Ms. Hummer, include the provision as recommended by Dr. Kalyanarama? Hope I didn't butcher that too badly. To move athletics into the virtual world?
No, it does not. My motion is solely on the school academic environment. I'm not addressing sports in this motion at all.
Thank you, Ms. Hummer. So I, for one board member, join our state superintendent of schools, who in the October 26th special meeting of the state board called for leaders of Maryland's local school systems to return students to school for in-person learning as soon as possible. Dr. Salmon shared with the state board research that is quite prevalent today, supporting returning to school that finds no consistent relationship between in-person K-12 instruction and coronavirus spread. That's not only research in the United States, it's research from around the world. My personal difficulty is coming to terms with the fact that Anne Arundel County Public Schools students remain stuck in a virtual school environment, while across America, other large public school systems, like in Florida, where you have 5 of the top 10 school systems by student count in the United States, where 67 counties are in their classrooms. And in our own state and county, private schools like Spalding and St. Mary's are being successfully and by all accounts safely instructed in their schoolhouses. This is being accomplished while they are experiencing the same virus challenge that AACPS is facing. This disconnect, I can't come to terms with. And I will not back down from our efforts to continue to push to have our students return to the schoolhouse and not continue to push that off into the future. Coronavirus is going to be here for quite a while. We all know that. We're going to continue to have positive tests. The only way not to have that is to stop testing. That's how a virus lives. That's how a virus works. So we have a choice. We either figure out a way that we come to grips with this and manage our lives, protect those who are vulnerable, and make sure we continue to live and continue to prosper. So I will not support any motion that backs us away from returning to in-classroom instruction. Thank you.
Mr. Lyon, Ms. Hummer, that is yours. So obviously, we'll ask. I believe we were able to get Ms. Antwine back on audio. So I'm going to call Ms. Antwine to for questions and comments to Ms. Hummer's motion. And Ms. Hummer, could you repeat the motion? Because I believe there's been something lost there, possibly for her.
Okay.
If you could.
All right. Whereas the current Anne Arundel County COVID health metrics based on data as of November 3rd, 2020 from Johns Hopkins University and the Maryland and Anne Arundel County Departments of Health are at 15.3 in the red zone and are increasing daily, with trends indicating a continued upward spike. And whereas on October 29th, Governor Larry Hogan has renewed the state declaration of emergency due to COVID-19, and whereas the CDC and other health agencies warn of significant risk posed for even higher caseloads as we move into the holiday and flu seasons, I move that the board support the superintendent's recommendation to postpone the as yet unimplemented portion of the hybrid opening of schools and also have students and staff remain in virtual learning through the end of first semester.
Ms. Antwine, do you have any comments or questions for Ms. Hummer, or in general on that?
Yes, and I want to thank Mr. Mosier and the entire team on that side for all your support and accommodating me even in this condition. So thank you. I did not hear where Dr. Arlotto shared that I thought Dr. Arlotto's recommendation aligned with Dr. K's recommendation that we bring everyone back out of building. Am I to understand that correctly?
Actually, Ms. Antwine, I got to request a clarification myself based on that question. Ms. Hummer, you had, I believe what had happened was at some point, Ms. Hummer referenced Dr. Arlotto's recommendation, which is different than what is the motion that we have in front of us. So if clarification, because then when you read it again, that was not included, but Dr. Arlotto's recommendation goes beyond the scope that we were originally had the agenda item for. So maybe we could get clarification, because his recommendation was to immediately revert all back, and I believe that's why Mr. Live had asked the same question, similar
Right.
question.
My motion specifies that it be the superintendent's recommendation to postpone the as yet unimplemented portion of the hybrid reopening of schools. It does not go into pulling children out who are already there or sports. It is just that portion of it. And then I added, which is not his recommendation necessarily, but I added and have students and staff remain in virtual learning through the end of first semester. So the portion of Dr. Arlotto's recommendation that I am asking that we support is to postpone the as yet unimplemented portion of the hybrid reopening of schools.
Ms. Hand, did that answer your question?
It didn't. It was kind of muffled for me, but I do have the motion in writing before me. Has it changed at all since what was sent out to us in writing?
No, ma'am, it has not, except that I added the words, the superintendent's recommendation, to postpone that part of it. That's the only thing that was added.
That's all I have. That would be all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Resuming roll call order, Mr. Smith. Any questions or comments to Ms. Hummer's option?
No, I just want to say that I support this motion. The number is just way too high, and let's be frank, it just won't work out. You know, we'll open them up, cases pop up, have to reclose schools. So that juggling act is not going to work for anyone. So this is the best decision at this time. But I also want to take this time just to talk to the 2,600 people that are watching at home. The case rate in Anne Arundel County as of yesterday is 15.3. You know, we need to wear masks and we need to stay apart from each other. I want to talk specifically to students that engage in Halloween activities and any other type of activities. When you do that type of stuff, you just increase the case rate. And then you're not just messing yourself over, you're messing those students that really need it. Like Dr. Arlotto said, the county health officer is now recommending that we close the special education centers to those students that really need to be inside. Just because, you know, you wanted to see your friends and you just increase that spread of coronavirus. So I know it's hard. It's hard for me and my family. We want to get out. We want to meet people. You know, I like these meetings because I'm around other people other than my twin brother, Drew, but we need to really stay indoors, because when you don't, you messed up for your friends, family, teachers, loved ones, those that really need to be in person. So I just want to, you know, as we come upon the holiday season, Thanksgiving, Christmas, I know Christmas just ain't Christmas without the ones you love, but we can go one year without being around other people. I just want to just think before you act. Think before you act, because your actions truly, truly have consequences. And we can see right now, the numbers don't lie. The numbers do not lie. Your actions are really, you know, messing us over, and it's just not safe. So just think before you act. I would just please urge everyone who's watching, and please just share this message with as many people as you can. Teachers, tomorrow morning, remind your students, especially high school students, the ones that can drive and get around, just to stay indoors just for a little bit longer, because the longer we're indoors, the quicker we'll be out of this pandemic. Thank you. Thank you for indulging me.
Thank you. Sorry, I just had to coordinate a technical issue with our vice. Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Ms. Ellis?
Thank you. First, I want to thank everyone who has written or reached out and testified in some way. I have been unable to respond to most messages, but I'm reading them and incorporating them into every action. While I do not consider volume of testimony as the determining factor in decision-making, as some voices simply are not well represented in testimony, the substance of all testimony is equally important to me. I want everyone to know that I support sticking with the metrics developed for schools reopening by our county health officer. Right now, our case rate puts us outside the window of a recommended reopening based on those metrics. The survey asking parents to opt their students into their chosen learning model was predicated on those metrics, and it would be ill-advised to move forward when the case rate indicates we should pause. So why talk more about reopening now? Because I believe those metrics should be the determining factor, and we need to plan now for when to act on further reopening of our schools. To our teachers, I promise that I hear you and I am taking action for you. Just as I stood up for you in the last 2 budget cycles, with this hybrid plan, I moved that this board direct our superintendent to bring us updates as he and his team continue to improve the plan. And I moved that teachers not be required to return to their buildings sooner than necessary. I am grateful to my colleagues who supported those actions. I'm going to be very frank. I believe if there were more input and review from teachers in the classroom as to what the classroom experience should look like for students and teachers in hybrid, we would have been presented with a plan that had the tweaks necessary that would not have caused as much concern and did not need as much improvement as the original plan did. But I heard your concerns loud and clear and continue to advocate for improvements to the plan based on your feedback. And I know Dr. Arlotto and his team and my colleagues are listening and acting as well. To all of those parents who have testified as to how remarkable their children's teachers are and how well virtual learning is working for their students, I could not be happier or prouder of our teachers. After so much fear and apprehension as to how this could work, the virtual platform can truly be declared a huge success thanks to the hard work and dedication of our teachers. But when you hail this learning experience as working for students, you are not speaking for all students. When the suggestion is made to keep learning virtual for the remainder of the semester until February, 3 months from now, and focus on expanding in-person learning only to special groups such as special ed and English language learners, which is important, we are disenfranchising thousands of students whose parents believe they need to be in school. 3 months is a long time in the life of a 4, 5, or even 6 or 7-year-old. When we speak of a needs assessment, I welcome the input of our educators to help identify struggling students and to work with their parents on the best option for their students. But no one is better able to assess how their student is doing with virtual learning than parents. We have the most important piece of data we need, which is the parent survey. Over 12,000 students have now been opted in for hybrid learning, and they deserve the same success their peers who are succeeding in virtual learning are experiencing now. For those asking us to stick with the original plan, this is the original plan. This has been restated every public meeting since the reopening plan was introduced by Dr. Arlotto in July, but we still heard testimony last week and leading up to this meeting that we are changing the plan. As of September 30th, we lost over 1,000 students and did not receive the additional 1,000 students that were expected with normal enrollment increases. Still today, I see parents posting on social media parent groups asking where there are openings in private schools, offering to pay teachers to work with their small group of students, what has become known as learning pods, and asking for homeschooling advice. Some families have other options such as these for their students, but many of our families do not. That is why this choice is so important for AECPS families. Many of the concerns parents have expressed about the hybrid model are understandable, but most of those concerns will not go away in February. Just as we entered the semester with fears over virtual learning, we jumped in and made the best of it with quite a bit of success. At some point, we need to do the same with hybrid learning. We may very well not meet the metrics for a safe reopening before the end of the semester, but we could. Early January is a month before the new semester, and 1 month in a young child's life is 1 month of progress. There's an argument to be made for delaying reopening for secondary students rather than begin at the end of the semester because of the structure of their classes, but this is not true for elementary students. Most importantly, to kick this can down the road to next semester means revisiting all of this and keeping everyone hanging in the balance for possibly the remainder of the school year. In late January, decisions still will need to be made about the parameters for determining when to move forward. I say we make that decision now and allow for everyone to plan and adjust to this new, unfortunate normal that may be around for many more months or even years to come. This is why I offer the following.
Ellis, we're still actually commenting on Ms. Hummers, and so you would be the next one to offer the motion. Would you mind just holding the motion itself?
I can, but they're
Oh, okay.
complement, you know.
We'll adjust with it. We can
Okay.
adjust with it. Okay. And if it stops working out, then we'll go back.
Whereas the health and safety of all students and staff has been and will continue to be the priority for all reopening plans, and this board has committed to following the guidelines set in place by state and local health officials for school operations, I move that the board adopt a protocol guiding the timeline of the reopening plan as follows. The COVID case rate measured in the 7-day moving average of new cases per 100,000 as posted on the Anne Arundel County Department of Health website at noon 7 days prior to the beginning of the next phase of reopening will be used by the superintendent of schools to determine whether schools will move forward with that plan. If the case rate causes a delay in the reopening plan, the superintendent will reassess every 2 weeks moving forward with the reopening plan when the case rate meets with the county's metrics for moving into the next phase of school reopening with the necessary time. Sorry, I had reworded this a little bit. Superintendent will reassess every 2 weeks moving forward with the reopening plan when the case rate meets with the county's metrics for moving into the next phase of school reopening. Sorry, I'm fixing this. Giving, I'm sorry. I rewrote it at the end. Moving forward with the reopening plan when the case rate meets the county's metrics for moving into the next phase of school reopening at the superintendent's discretion.
I hate to do this, Ms. Ellis, but could you just restate that, please? And then, or maybe quicker for you to type it out and shoot it over to everyone.
I will actually, yeah.
Because we're still actually on the debate. Yeah, I want to make sure everybody has a chance to comment on hers. And so why don't we do that? Because I know that was also part of your response to it. So I understand.
And I apologize. I wrote the motion realizing I had neglected to give the superintendent the opportunity to determine how much time was needed from the time to get everyone in the building.
Okay, yeah. So why don't you do that while we wrap up comments on Ms. Hummers, and then we'll take commentary on yours as well. So with that in mind, that leaves you to Ms. Schallheim. Comments on, we're on Ms. Hummers predominantly, and then we'll do the round. Unfortunately, I cannot hear you. Could you check, just see If maybe you could double check your mute stuff. No hurries. I think we're going to need to stand at ease because she's the second to the last speaker on the motion.
Can you hear me?
Oh, no, we don't need to. Yes,
Can
I
we-
can. I can
Okay.
hear you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I wanted to start by making sure everyone at home understands that technology is fickle sometimes. And so sometimes to make sure that I am heard, I might say, yes, I have a question. And so I just want us to be kind to one another moving forward because like Dr. Lotto has stated since the beginning, we need to do this with grace and patience, and I want to add to that, and kindness. So yes, I support Ms. Hummer's motion, and here's why. Our cases and that chart on the Anne Arundel County Department of Health website, it looks like a staircase at this point. It is trending upwards with no end in sight. And we all were warned that this would happen by the press, by health officers in the state across the country, that with the onset of the winter months and more people being inside, that this would continue to the cases would continue to rise. I look at this data every day, as everyone knows. I have a lot of medical people in my family, and I don't think a COVID fairy is going to hop out of the sky and make our numbers go below 10 anytime in the near future. And I don't want to hold our students, our families, and our teachers hostage, waiting and seeing and waiting and seeing and hanging in the balance and waiting and seeing. And I don't think that does anyone any benefit. We need consistency and stability, especially during a time of crisis. And our teachers have organized themselves in a beautiful manner, some of them with very intricate home classrooms. And just the waiting and wondering of what's going to happen next week is a little crazy to me. I also want to point out that it's not really 3 months when we take into account all the days off. It's more like 2. We have a week and some at the holidays during New Year's and Christmas. We have a few days off prior to that at Thanksgiving. We have a few days off in January. And when you combine all that, it's a lot. I also want to point out that while it might not contribute to one's GPA in high school, that the semester system for elementary schools is not arbitrary. And to pull the student away from their teacher at the end of a semester in January because it might pop down at just under 10 for a half a second, I am strongly against, because I think our students and our teachers deserve better than that. I also want to point out that in large school systems across the country, it hasn't been all roses and sunshine and unicorns. In fact, no. In Miami district, for example, huge district, they've had 84 staff and students positive with COVID in the first 3 weeks of opening this fall. In Coral Springs in Florida, they've had 14 kids. The Miami numbers are actually 360 as of yesterday. So 250 students and 130 staff. So that's, sorry, my math is off. That's 380. So this isn't without risk. While you might be asymptomatic, what if you bring it home to your parents, your guardians, your grandparents? What if you are a long hauler and you have lots of problems with your lungs and heart? And we've always said we're going to put safety first, and I really feel we need to do that. We need to have some consistency. We should not hold our teachers hostage, or our students, and we should pick a date. And that the natural occurring date, although let's be real, I don't believe that our numbers will be lower in February than they are now, but for the purposes of this argument, I think that new date that we're selecting should be the semester change. And this is just for the, as Ms. Hummer said, the as of yet to be implemented portions of this. We can talk about sports as a separate conversation and some other things as a separate conversation. But I'm with Ms. Hummer's motion on this. I just wanted to be clear on those points. I'm grateful for the opportunity to discuss this motion, and I'll look forward to the next round to discuss other subsequent motions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schalheim. I have no comments at this time. I'm going to be reviewing all of them with equal merit and listening closely. I think there's a lot of comments that many of my colleagues made that I agree with, and so I will defer at this moment in time. Next is Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, do you have any motions of consideration as options at this time?
None.
Okay. Ms. Ellis, I believe is finalizing, and the members should be seeing it coming just in a minute, but could you please restate your option and any additional information not already covered, and then we will do a quick round robin on commentary on it.
I got it. Whereas the health and safety of all students and staff has been and will continue to be the priority for all reopening plans, and this board has committed to following the guidelines set in place by state and local health officials for school operations, I move that the board adopt a protocol guiding the timeline of the reopening plan as follows. The COVID case rate measured in 7-day moving average of new cases per 100,000 as posted on the Anne Arundel County Department of Health website at noon, 7 days prior to beginning the next phase of reopening, will be used by the superintendent of schools to determine whether schools will move forward with the plan. If the case rate causes a delay in the reopening plan, the superintendent will reassess every 2 weeks moving forward with the reopening when the case rate meets with the county's metrics for moving into the next phase of school reopening, with a reopening date that allows for sufficient time for teachers to prepare for a return to the classroom for their students as determined by the superintendent.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ellis.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on option number 2. So first is Ms. Antwine. Ms. Antwine, do you have any questions or comments on option number 2 that Ms. Ellis just presented?
I just have a point of clarification, and it's only because I'm missing a lot of key information. I don't see these as 2 separate options. I see these as 2 implementations that can be successfully done. I'm trying to understand why we only get these choices when I'm looking at what Ms. Hummer has introduced, is accept Dr. Lotto's recommendation, which he introduced on the basis of what Dr. K has recommended to him, and that is to go back virtual. And then what Ms. Ellis is introducing is that we keep an eye on things so that we won't be in limbo for the next few months. That Dr. Lotto, that we introduce a protocol that will allow Dr. Lotto to bring us back key information as we move this forward. So I'm not sure why we can't blend those opportunities.
Actually, Ms. Antwine, you could create an option as well that and present that could do that. Does that answer your point of information?
No, it doesn't. Because what I'm offering.
I mean,
is
it would be up
what
to the
I'm offering
members.
is-
It's up to the members, really, is the answer.
What I'm offering is that we do both. That we move on what Ms. Hummer has offered.
Okay.
And then we also, with Dr. Arlotto, monitor how we bring us back safely. I don't, what am I missing? Could either of you tell me what I'm missing?
I'll just, as a point of information, and then I'll turn it over to Ms. Hummer and Ms. Ellis to speak. Based on what I'm understanding is part of the difference is that has to do with Ms. Hummer declaring a no-go all the way to the end of the first semester with a date specific.
Yes, ma'am, but
And
I didn't see that.
And I believe
in the
Ms.
first
Ellis
motion.
is,
I didn't
does
see
not.
anything in the first motion that identifies the end of the semester. What I am seeing is that we definitely, based on what the health officer of our county is introducing and has shared, that we definitely get our staff, student, and otherwise back into a place of safety, and that is the learning remotely. I'm also hearing from Ms. Ellis that rather than us standing by and that we do our due diligence and keep an eye on things as we move forward. So that's my I guess this is a point of clarification. What I don't see a difference. I see
Can I
two
clarify?
very healthy motions that we as the Board of Education can implement.
Ms. Antoine, if you don't mind, I'm going to take a stab at clarifying, but first I want to ask you, do you have access to your email right now?
You're muffled, Ms. Ellis.
I'm sorry, can you, do you have access to your email right now, Ms. Antoine?
Yes, I'm looking at your hybrid.
Okay, great. And do you have Ms. Hummer's in front of you or have access to that?
Not her new one. I have the old one.
Okay, is it possible that that could be sent to? Okay.
Gap analysis.
So,
Right now?
yeah, Ms. Hummer's going to send that right now. But in the meantime, Ms. Hummer did mention keeping teachers and students in the virtual environment in her motion until throughout the rest of this semester. And so I agree that our motions are actually very, very similar. We all agree that the metrics indicate that we need to pause. The question is what dictates a return to the classroom. Ms. Hummer's motion indicates that the pause should be at least until the end of the semester, and mine indicates more of a focus on the metrics. That's the difference between them, if that helps.
So I appreciate that. I'm looking at your motion. If I can, and thank you, Diane, for sending me this analysis. If I can get Ms. Hummer's, because
just came through.
I'm hearing that we're doing a go, no go date tonight. So we're talking about what to stop. We agree with that. I'm getting that feeling. We all agree that we need to pause. We also, though, need to figure out how we do this moving forward. So what I'm hearing from you is identify protocols to determining when we go. We already have the no-go. When do we implement this again? Is that not what I'm hearing?
You're hearing that correctly.
Okay. That would be all that I have. As a member of this board, I see both as not as options, but as something we can implement together for the safety and well-being of our students and our school system.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Antoine. Next is Mr. Gilliland. Comments to Ms. Ellis.
No comment. Thank you, Madam President.
Mr. Ladd?
I have no questions or comments.
Ms. Hummer?
Yes, so I want to echo what Mr. Gillen had said earlier, that one thing that we're really seeing for our parents and our staff is that they want some certainty and they want to know. And I would actually be more open to Ms. Ellis's motion for second semester. But what we're looking at now, based on what she said, so for instance, that we would say a week ahead of the scheduled time, if the numbers didn't work, then Dr. Arlotta would look at them again 2 weeks later. So based on that, on the 16th, the numbers didn't work. 2 weeks later, he'd look on the 30th, see if the numbers would open. If so, open a week later, which is going to give us about, I think it's 2 weeks before winter break. If it doesn't work, he's going to look again 2 weeks later, which is going to put us into Christmas break, winter break. So then we look after the break. Is he going to announce over the break that we're going to open January 4th, or that it'll be a week later? And then we are there at second semester. That is giving great uncertainty. And I also don't think this timeline would work for the remainder of time for this semester. I think giving parents the certainty of what they're doing, and I wholeheartedly agree that we need to bring students back and we need to have them in there, but the numbers aren't working yet. And this plan for the remainder of first semester, if we do the go, no go every other week, I don't think the timing works, first off, to even allow us to open up before second semester, given the timelines outlined, but also that uncertainty for staff. We have families that their work schedules and their childcare schedules they have to be set up in advance. For the hybrid opening that we were going to start on November 16th, the parents were given a good 6 weeks to prepare for that. Now we're saying that we could possibly give them just a week to suddenly have to change everything around. This board is made up of primarily adults who are not working. We do not have to, childcare and work schedules are not something we have to work around, but that is not the case for the majority of our families and for our teachers who are arranging childcare and setting up things. And just given how disjointed, again, as I said, the schedule is for first semester, I just don't think this plan to reevaluate every 2 weeks works for the remainder. As I said, I could see that for second semester where we won't have the big breaks that are coming and we could move there. I am glad that we have a plan in place that is ready to go whenever we decide to enact it. I think that plan should continue to be improved and expanded so that hopefully second semester we are opening full tilt and everyone has that goal in mind and that we're bringing back as many students as possible. But between now and then, given how our numbers are going, I just don't see over the next couple of weeks that our numbers are going to get into a regular state. And so we wouldn't even be able to do that, but we'd putting huge uncertainty onto our families. And I just can't do that. Parents need to know, they need to know what is happening moving forward and not living week to week, board meeting to board meeting as to what we're going to determine. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cummings. Mr. Smith.
So I think that we're debating two entirely different motions here for a number of reasons. One, it's just not safe right now. We can all agree on that. But I have a problem with Ms. Ellis's motion. And what I'm about to say, I mean with the most utmost respect, no disrespect to anyone, but we have a hybrid plan that teachers and parents just do not like. I know all the work that's gone into this plan, and it's no easy task, but that's another factor I don't think we've weighed tonight. People just do not like the hybrid reopening plan that we put forth in front of them. We heard that at the public hearing, and we've also heard that through the survey results. People just do not want to, kind of upend their child's lives. I just want to everyone on this board, put yourself in your shoes. Go back to second grade, whenever that was, and imagine, the world as it's completely different. You're virtual. And now in the middle of the year, you have to switch teachers. You made connections with the teachers, your classmates. Now you have to switch teachers. It might not even be a teacher in the same school as you. So imagine what this is going to do to these kids. And this is not to say that our teachers won't try everything to make those connections. I know they can do it. But the thing is, why would we put this unneeded stress on these little kids? That's who we're dealing with. We're not dealing with kids my age. We're dealing with little kids that will just get more unneeded stress. First, they have to navigate a virtual environment. And when you have a captain who's the teacher who's showing you how to navigate it, now you're just going to switch ships in a storm. That's not going to work for these students. So I think starting reopening in the second semester is better. One, the metric will be better. Hopefully, the case rate is super, very, very low. But also, this will give us time to do a needs assessment, hint, hint, and also maybe reevaluate the plan that we currently have, where we can keep students with their teachers in an equitable fashion. Because that's just one thing that we also have to think about. People just do not like the plan that we have in place.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I'll save this Ellis for last on this. Ms. Shawhan, any comments?
Yes. First, I have to say, Drake for president. You're very articulate, much more so than I, and I appreciate your words. And I agree. It is, and I speak from the utmost place of privilege. Okay, I am an at-home mom who does not generally need to worry about work schedules and has a list of sitters and all the rest of it. And this has been enormously hard on me, the hybrid model, not because my daughter's teachers aren't amazing, but because, it's a lot. And this is from my place of privilege. So I cannot imagine if I am telling my employer, well, I think it's going to be at this date. Oh, no, it might be on this date that I have to change my plan again, or it might be on this other date. I can't imagine how that would work for working families with a dual income household. And I don't know how it would, and I go back to thinking about, if Ms. Atlas's plan was in place, the potential of ripping teachers away from their students and students away from the teachers in January, right before the end of the semester. They've built this city together. They've been in the trenches this whole semester. They're looking to finish strong, and suddenly the bond is broken, and they're with a new teacher that has to build a relationship with that student at the end of a semester. I cannot imagine. I also want to reiterate that we just had Halloween. We're going to have Thanksgiving. We're going to have Hanukkah, Christmas, and New Year's. Okay, and we all have pandemic fatigue, and we might slip up. I hope we don't wear a mask, everyone, please, and do a Zoom holiday. But our case rate is going to go up. For all the reasons that my other colleagues have stated, I think we need to draw a line in the sand. And February is still in the middle of flu season, and our numbers are likely to still be bad. But at least it gives our families a date to which to plan to, our teachers some consistency, our students some consistency, and the time to maybe, like Drake said, maybe tweak the plan a little bit around the edges or in the middle or what have you. So I stand firm in my support for Ms. Hummer's motion, and I'm begging for some consistency. We can't have this, will it be this week, will it be next week? I'm not sure, I don't know. And keeping everyone's stress high in an already very stressful time. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a couple comments, and they're not directed necessarily I'm going to kind of address both, I think, sort of at the same time. So I'm reading through Ms. Hummer's motion and Ms. Ellis's, and Ms. Antoine is absolutely correct. There is I would say at least 90% similarity, although worded different. The wordsmithing is different. The intent seems to be there. I had a couple concerns on Ms. Hummer's motion as it relates to identifying, given there's no, it's mentioning three types of metrics, and most of our adopted plan, our reopening plan that, well, it's not necessarily adopted, it's been a progression over multiple months in the making, is directed at the county's number. I'm a little concerned about that in the beginning. I know it's a whereas, but I just,
Can I clarify that?
sure.
On the county website, it says for the data that it's compiled from these. I took it directly off the county website as to where they came up with, where they come up for our case numbers from. So that's why I cited those, because that's directly from the county website of caseloads.
So then, okay, they're both pretty much the same in that regard, just worded.
It says, exactly, it says that the metrics that they share on the county website are taken from data from Johns Hopkins, the state health department, and the Maryland State Health Department and the county state department. And that's how they come up with those case numbers, is for everything. So that was directly from the county website.
Okay, thank you very much. No, that makes a lot of sense. The second thing, though, I do want to bring up, and this is where I think the difference is between the two and where I'm struggling the most with. I've said from day one, the grid should be dictating the when, and in the meantime, we should be following the directive of the board to improve our baseline plan that was suggested. It was the only plan actually brought to this board by the superintendent and recommended on October the 5th. I just want to make sure that is clear. We have since seen a series of renovations, and the board even engaged in some dates. That is where my vote came from, although 2 days later. And in that spirit and intent, in this particular case, I have erred on the side of supporting, whenever possible, the flexibility of the staff to perform the duties that are assigned to the superintendent and to his staff. And I'm looking down here and I'm seeing, agenda item after agenda item after agenda item, where we are invoking little micro changes into an otherwise larger environment that is not in the typical board's responsibilities and duties. And up until October, we had shown motions of support to our superintendent to continue to do what he feels is best. What I am appreciating about Ms. Ellis's over Ms. Hummer's is not that we're not going to be able to recognize the red and everything, but the fact that the board is now again engaging in determining a date. If the superintendent wants to make that the date, I believe Ms. Ellis's motion, just like the one that she had made with the teachers in theirs, was to ultimately defer the decision to the superintendent. My concern, Ms. Hummer, is that we are taking that away by saying to the end of the semester. I think it is appropriate for our superintendent to make that decision and then speak that out to the parent and teacher community, because that is his job. They are his employees. They're all ours. We're all part of one big family. But he is the one who manages this. And so I I like a lot of both of them, but I'm reading the very last phrase, and despite what some members may have said about Ms. Ellis's motion as to a revisit every 2 weeks, I would suspect that under COVID that every single business and every single industry, whether or not they are virtual, are reevaluating. Ms. Schallheim reports that she's doing it daily. I know that Dr. Kalyanarama meets with our superintendent weekly, and who isn't looking at that number daily right now? Ms. Ellis's motion, from what I am reading, is not what was cited in the Meritus conversations of recent, but to reevaluate every 2 weeks, I think that kind of makes sense to me. It does not preclude that anything is going to happen, because if you're actually reading the motion itself, it is saying into the next phase of school reopening with a reopening date that allows for sufficient time for teachers to prepare for return to the classroom for the students as determined by the superintendent. That does not say every 2 weeks someone's going to be going, oh, am I returning or not? I think that's a fallacious statement made on the motion. That is not the case. From what I am reading. Ms. Ellis, am I misreading this and everybody else getting it right? Or I gotta ask, because just about everybody said that the flaw was that every 2 weeks we're going to be doing this. But when I'm reading your whole motion, it's saying that the superintendent should look at the metrics every couple of weeks and then determine a date that allows for sufficient time for teachers to prepare for a return for their students as determined by the superintendent. That does not sound to me like we are saying it every 2 weeks, everybody has to hit a what do I do button. It sounds like, based on the recommendation of what Dr. Arlotto would be saying, would conform to your motion. Could I get a little clarification on that, Ms. Ellis?
Yeah, so basically, my motion is allowing the metrics rather than a calendar date to guide the reopening date. In other words, we don't set a date as a target, we set metrics as a target. And Dr. Arlotto, once we get in that green range, Dr. Arlotto sets it in motion. I did not want to name a specific amount of time for him to be able to reach out to staff and parents. I want, there has to be some discretion that I believe that's an operational decision for Dr. Arlotto to determine, okay, we can bring our teachers in on this date and therefore our students on that date. Does that make sense?
It makes sense.
Point of information.
Okay, sure. Because I'm still in my question and comment. Sure.
But it's a point of it. I think it's relevant. This is for Dr. Arlotto. What is that sufficient time in your mind? Right. Let's say we pass Ms. Ellis's motion, and let's say sometime in January, the case rates back down. Let's say it's back at 9.5. Right. You get that information. Let's say January 10th. When would you notify teachers that they had to be back in the buildings? I just want specifics because, if we're going to say, well, it's over 2 weeks.
Mr. Smith, I would prefer if we could just do one more round of questions and answers, because the point of information would be relevant to before we get to vote. And I'm still, every member has had the opportunity to do that. From time to time, we do points of information, but if it's a simplistic one, yes, but I am happy to just simply give you an opportunity for another round. I wasn't sure if the point of information was to clarify what I was saying in particular, because I wasn't asking any questions yet and I wasn't complete. But
well, I guess this is a point of information to clarify for me, because I was confused about what you and Melissa were saying about the sufficient time. You know, I mean, I think that this would be just a yes or no. I won't ask any follow-up questions. And I'm sorry if I'm impeding on your question time. I mean, on your time to talk. But Dr. Alad could respond to the point of information.
Oh, yeah, he can definitely respond. I just didn't, it
Of
would
course,
be
this-
without
Yes,
commentary
of course,
or
this won't
why.
be prolonged.
Yes.
Yes.
So the short answer is I don't know. I don't have a date. I don't have a time set in my head, or that we've planned to say we need X amount of time. It has to start, I believe, with getting the teachers in the building. I was a proponent of bringing the teachers in early and then beginning to teach from their classrooms. This board passed a motion at the last meeting that they believe that no more than 2 weeks prior to students arriving in the building. That was supported by the board. So that sort of put some parameters on how I'll have to be able to make decisions about when to bring teachers back before we bring students back. You're asking a good question. How much time do we need? The plan is for the most part, I mean, the plan is ready to go. We're ready to launch. Whether people like it or not, based on your comment, is a different part, but the plan is ready to launch. But it's a matter of getting the teachers in the building first, and then making sure we've got enough time for parents and students to make the adjustment, knowing that in a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks, they're going to be going back to school.
Well, thank you for answering that, Dr. I just felt that, you know, his information helps with the conversation we're having. And President Corkadell, I think so very highly of you, and I don't want you to think that I would impede on your time. So.
No. I just want to make sure that every member,
Mhm.
that point of order is being recognized as the actual intent. So as presiding officer, I will from time to time fill that void for efficiency, but it is not normal course of interruption during members' time. I just want to make sure I'm evenly applying it because, like with Mrs. Antwine and stuff like that. I'm always happy to be flexible, though. It's not about that. I just want to make sure we're not, violating any of our parliamentary rules any more than we do on incident from time to time. I do, speaking of point of information, do need to clarify something that Dr. Arlotto had stated. My understanding of the motion relevant to the teachers was that we encouraged the superintendent. The board did not take action and deferred the final decision to the superintendent, which he chose to exercise, is my understanding as recent. Is that not correct, sir?
That's the way the motion was worded, yes.
Okay,
The board
because
voted 8-0 to strongly encourage me to not bring the teachers back until 2 weeks prior to students returning to the buildings.
okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure because encourage is different than a defined board action, as was summarized. Okay, now where was I in all of this? Okay, moving along with that, I just want to re-summarize. I think there's parts of Ms. Hummer's I prefer over Ms. Ellis's. I understand where Ms. Antwine was coming from. I have to defer back over to the advice of the superintendent. And here's the other reason why, to do the advisement. So basically, we're continuing to set dates. I didn't like the idea of the set dates to begin with. It was sort of a hold your nose one. And I don't mind from time to time doing that. But we're acting on behalf of the superintendent when we're creating these hard dates. And had not Ms. Ellis's presentation or even Ms. Hummer's, my intent was to create a formula because that's exactly what protocols are. It's all about a formula. And to add arbitrary dates, even though they make a lot of sense, it still, I believe, is a usurp ultimately of what the superintendent's job is to do. And I think us stating and recognizing, because of the case rates right now, that it's not going to be a good time, but to instead give him control of this back. Our board is not equipped to make these micro decisions. And I'm sorry, these dates are micro decisions. And we should not be in a place to be doing that. Every single meeting, the intent of the motion that Ms. Hummer was saying is a matter of fact, was precisely that we were trying to avoid that occurring. By the board continuing to throw date specifics, we're putting ourselves right back there again. So will we take a couple of weeks of hiatus and everybody gets a break? That still, in my opinion, does not accomplish the ultimate goal, which is to give our experts, the ones with the DRs in front of their names, the ones who have spent 30 years in education, on top of being parents like ourselves, and actually allow them to do their job. If he's reporting back and still following the same motion that we have passed and not have rescinded, and quite frankly, I don't even know if that ship may have already sailed as far as parliamentary is concerned. I do believe that it provides for the opportunity for the superintendent to report on improvements. So these complaints about not understanding not being made aware of protocols and all the other stuff, I believe they're all resolvable. And based on the hard work and effort that everybody has done for it, I think we have the foundation. And I think they'll continue to improve it. They already have. I mean, you know, what we are seeing coming out in each and every single passing time, we're watching numbers go from thousands to hundreds. We're now down to 150 in our asynchronous environment, and we were in the multiple hundreds. We, as the county and providers are able to backfill the childcare, we're seeing more opportunities and probably more people willing to participate. You know, it can be a barrier or not. The bottom line is that I just don't think this board needs to get out of the business of doing the duties of the superintendent. And I think this motion better speaks to the authority of the superintendent and the genuine duties of this board and the superintendent compared to the other one. And although I would like to see this one tweaked a little bit and amended, and the other one too, I don't know that there's a will to go through a bunch of amendments here. So I'm just going to say that, you know, I wish they were both a little bit different, and but I will err on the side. Look, the superintendent has already said his advice. So his advice to us was very clear that right now we're in the red, and in the red means don't go. So that's an obvious one. Why do we have to put a date on that? The being in the red in his conversations with Dr. Kalyanarama were into his precision, to recommend that we stay the course to the end of the semester. If that ends up being the superintendent's recommendation, then so be it. And I believe he is well positioned to manage how to communicate effectively to parents and to employees. Once again, our board is here dictating the micro. And every time we do that, it creates more confusion than not, because the continuity and the flow of how things operate and work end up being disrupted by these arbitrary things, with good intent or not. There are moments in time where we do have to take a stand and we do have to make a point. But I don't believe it should be at the expense of something so incredibly important that we're talking about imposing these dates on our superintendent and on our school system. There's nothing in this motion that prohibits him from making an announcement as soon as tomorrow morning on what that status is. But let's allow him to do his job and start to weave out all this stuff that really isn't in our duty line. There's more of that going on later on tonight, but I'll pause that for now. So that is kind of where I'm at. I'm probably closer to Miss Antwine than any of it, but in that regard. But that is probably that. I still haven't decided, you know, which one I'm voting for yet here, but I gotta say that I'm leaning towards Miss Ellis right now because, as I said, we're just going to be back revisiting again. I think a formula makes sense, and we can adjust it as time is going on. Those are minor adjustments, I consider. And the superintendent may want to advise us to one or how to improve it. I think that would be a good idea, because none of these came from the superintendent. They came from members. I don't have any further, but I'm more happy to go around. Could we just double check with Ms. Antwine if she had any other questions, please? Ms. Antwine, do you have any other further questions?
President Corker, I certainly appreciate that you came back to me. Since I made my statement of doing both, you should see my email. I think my computer's over here shaking. But I want to please offer this clarification. I'm still looking at two motions that I believe can successfully be implemented, where Dr. Arlotto brings us back updates every 2 weeks, but we shut this down for the safety of our students, our teachers, our families until the second semester. Therefore, we have a go date and we also have a no-go. I'm still failing to see the difference in that. But if the board is insisting that we have a choice in one or the other, then my decision is made. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. I'm just going to go down through roll call really quick here. Mr. Gillen, any further comment? Mr. Ladd? Seeing none. Ms. Hummer? Any conclusions? Yeah, you're going to be final statement. Mr. Smith, any final comments to Ms. Ellis's motion before we proceed?
Yeah, I just want to say, just at a point that was made, yes, we have professionals in the school system with 30 plus years of experience. But when it comes to dealing with a pandemic, we all have 0 years of experience, right? We're learning as it comes, right? So I think I just think that if we reopen, then close, reopen, take students away from the teachers, this is just not the best course of action. We really need to make sure, in this very crazy world, that we can provide as much stability as possible. And I guess people just waiting with bated breath. Are we going to reopen? Are we not going to reopen? I think that is doing a disservice. The world is a ball of confusion right now, and we just need that stability. And also, arbitrary decisions on the date. I think what's arbitrary is saying that kids aren't learning in this hybrid model, right? What are we going off of? What data are we going off of? We don't have a needs assessment. We're kind of going off of parents saying that my kid has his head down. They're crying, they're slouching. They don't like it. They're not engaging. Well, to that I say, I do the same thing. And I'm still learning. I know that I'm not trying to say this. I know there are kids out there that are really struggling, but just once again, we really need to use this time to reevaluate, do a needs assessment, and see who really needs to be back in the schools. Right? The less bodies in those schools is the better. Instead of trying to bring everyone back in at once. Bring everyone back in at once. For what? To close down again when someone gets it? I think, reopening schools and trying to assess and just not waiting. Look at what happened with the sports. Sports are outside, limited spaces. People try to stay spread apart, but we get the emails all the time. Another COVID case here, another COVID case there. Now the soccer program at Old Mill has to stay shut down until November 9th, right? Now no one's participating. So if we do that for schools, now no one's learning. You're just back from square one. So I just urge everyone to really just think. I know other states are doing it. Well, those are other states. This is here, right? I've seen where other schools are closing down all across the country, and that's helping no one. So I just urge my colleagues to think. We've never been in a pandemic before, and I'd rather just err on the side of caution. That's it. That's what we're doing, erring on the side of caution. There's no hurt in that. We think our students are going to flunk out? You think a second grader right now who may miss a lot of in-person instruction this year is not going to graduate? Dr. Arlotto said it at the beginning. We are nothing if not resilient. I've met these students. I know they're resilient. I know they will bounce back. Every single one of them will bounce back. And so I just urge everyone just to take it slow and just err on the side of caution.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Schulheim?
Yes. I maintain that we support Ms. Hummer's motion, but I had a question for Dr. Arlato. He once told us, or he's told us a few times, both publicly and privately, that he would prefer to stay virtual through the end of the semester. And so I wanted to know, is that still true, Dr. Arlato? Would that be your recommendation if none of the rest of this discussion and motions had occurred? Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Or what? Wasn't pointed at me.
Mrs. Schulheim, so thank you for allowing me a second to gather my thoughts. So the answer is yes. I would at this stage make that same recommendation that we remain virtual for the remainder of the semester.
Thank you. I hope that all of my colleagues heard that. That is the head of our school system speaking. Again, saying that point. I believe this is the second, if not the third time we've heard that, and Ms. Hummer's motion aligns with that. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schulheim. I'm just going to summarize what I was saying beforehand, is that to throw down dates is to presume that our superintendent is somehow going to not make the right decision. He just stated it. It's the same decision. The difference is we are giving him the respect and decency of actually doing his job as it relates. And if he's saying the end of the semester, then that is the case. And as I said, this is a difference between what the board has ownership to and the other. To assume that because the board is deferring to what the superintendent is hired to do in the first place, somehow creates additional assurances on the difference between coming from the man whose job is to make those decisions versus this board who continuously and repetitively falls out of their lines of duties so frequently. I don't see how that creates any more a level of distrust. I trust our superintendent. I'm upset that I even have to say it out loud. And this gives him the freedom to do his job. And his job, as he has already indicated, what his advice is to the board. If he's telling the truth, and I know he's telling the truth, then to reiterate the necessity of the date, I fail to see the logical causality, except for perhaps members may feel compelled to want to do it anyways, and that's fine. That's everybody's prerogative. That's why we each have a vote and an opportunity to speak. I would just prefer that we give him his duty back, and he will be obviously making the right decision. If he already has said it, then why do we still have to put it in a motion? I don't get it. It's not logical, and the only conclusion I have to make is that if the person feels that there's this unknown, then that comes down to trust. And I'll just say, in this particular matter, I have the trust. And I think Ms. Ellis's motion allows for that trust to continue. We have an obligation to continue to build trust here with our superintendent. And yet we continue to erode at it. And I just think I'm saying, no, I don't want to do that anymore. I think that does not benefit anyone. He gave us the virtual environment that we are so proud of. He gave us 3 million meals. All of a sudden, the board's going to now take it over? I just think that doesn't make sense to me. I have now confirmed, after hearing my other colleagues speak on these motions, I am definitely leaning into Ms. Ellis's for that, because these comments, it is not intended to be, but man, it's not sounding right to me. It really isn't. The man has said what he said. Why do I need to put it down like that? When he speaks to our parents, when he speaks to our employees, it's done deal. I'll probably be voting for Ms. Ellis's. And so now in final comments, Ms. Hummer and then Ms. Ellis.
There we go. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. First off, I want to say that the first semester date is not arbitrary. It is what we told parents before school even began, that we would continue virtual learning through the first semester. We are the ones that changed that, even though we said we're going to be moving towards something else. But the fact is the board did. I find it puzzling to hear these arguments in favor of that we are usurping the superintendent's authority. On October 7th, the superintendent stated here to this board that his recommendation was that we remain virtual and that we continue for that. And this board did not vote for that. They ignored his recommendation from the leader of our school that we so respect and trust and voted otherwise. And now today it's suddenly, oh, we need to give him back that. He has told us what he wants. My motion backs up exactly what Dr. Arlotto has told us multiple times. He believes that we should stay virtual for the first semester. There is no micromanaging here. This is us giving our support to his decision that he has publicly stated. And to say that we are usurping his authority is, I find that baffling given 2 meetings ago, that's exactly what we did. I am in full favor. He is the leader of this school system. He and his team are the experts. They know what they're doing. I fully agree that they should make the decisions moving forward. And this motion backs exactly what he has told us that he wants to have. This is showing support for him. And so for the sake of our families and our staff, and in deference to our superintendent, we should support this and give a set date for when we will begin. That's it.
Ms. Ellis, final comments on yours.
Apologies. I'm sorry. I was looking because I know I have it written down somewhere, but I can't find it right now in front of me. But I have pulled the quote from Dr. Arlotto of his statement for learning for the opening of our schools this fall. And I wish I had those words in front of me right now, because we just heard again that it's this board who changed direction and changed the plan, when it was stated in July, when Dr. Arlotto announced the plan for fall learning, that we would open our schools in virtual learning for the first semester. And then he went on to talk about, however, we will be seeking guidance from the state and our county health officer. And when the governor moves the state into phase 3, that we would seek to begin bringing students in for the hybrid learning model. I'm sorry, I'm paraphrasing. I had written down the entire quote at one point, but we do have to stop saying that we are changing course or doing something different than what was originally stated with reopening plans. And I'm sorry, I'm going to jump around a little bit because I've made notes on some points that were made. But first of all, I believe, and this is an argument I've heard a few times now, a state of emergency was just reinstated. As far as I'm aware, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, the state of emergency was never removed. No one is denying that the pandemic remains. It was simply extended And I'm not aware that we have moved out of phase 3, though we certainly could. No one's arguing tonight, as far as I hear, that we shouldn't pause. We're all agreeing that based on the metrics, we are not in a place to reopen right now. Look, I think we all have common sense. It's pretty clear that we're not going to move back into the green in the next couple of weeks. It is unlikely that we will before the new year. But we should not have a target date. We should have target metrics, which we already have. It's the uncertainty is not going away. We can't plan for February because we don't know what the metrics will be in February. So are we gonna start this all over again in February? We're gonna look at the numbers and we're not where we want to be or where we need to be. And so when are we going to determine when we move forward then? Is Passover and Easter going to be a factor where, oh no, that's too close to another holiday, so let's move it out another month or two? Yeah, the school year will be gone before we know it. I think, Mr. Smith, I don't believe you meant any disrespect. I'm certain, I know you didn't, to parents who are reaching out to us desperate because their kids are struggling. We can't discount parent testimony on any side of a matter. So I would not minimize those parents who this pandemic has hit families in so many different ways. But we all know that the economic impact on so many families has been tremendous, and parents have got to work in these conditions. I'm hearing from so many moms who they know that their child is not engaged in the other room on their Chromebook, but that parent is in their office working. They have no choice about that. So as far as we do have to recognize that there will be cases. When the point was made that, well, I guess I should say this. Fear of reclosing schools should not prevent us from getting students back in the classroom when the metrics do indicate it is safe. There will continue to be community spread for we don't know how long, but we do know that that cases have not been spreading in our schools or on our teams. When there is a case, it's been a result of community spread. And then another concern I hear from a lot of people is, why are we doing this when we're only talking about a few days in the classroom before winter break or before the end of the semester? Why are we fighting for those days? Because in the life of a young child, the point in time that we touch that child and get them engaged in the classroom is much more important than the number of hours that we gain in the classroom. These kids who are struggling need that when it is safe to do so. So I had to, I think it's pretty clear everyone's made a decision, so I don't want to prolong this, but I'm sorry, I do have to answer certain points because I know the public is listening. But I just want to make it clear. These two motions are not identical, but they're very similar, very much the same, because the results are not going to be very different, except my motion sets protocols so everyone knows how and when we're going to move forward. And it's going to be determined by the metrics, not some date on the calendar. We all know that's not going to be anytime very soon based on the current case rate. But we need protocols because come February, new semester, again, we don't know what the metrics will be, and then what are we going to do? Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'll ask Ms. Howe to please call roll. And when your name is called, please indicate whether you are voting for motion number 1, which is Ms. Hummer's, which will be restated, and then motion or number 2, and we always have a third choice of none of the above. To simply say no. None of the above is really not a choice, but you could decline both items 1 and 2, just like we have in the past. So, Ms. Howe, could you please restate Ms. Hummer and Ms. Ellis's motions, and then commence with the roll call?
Option 1, whereas the current Anne Arundel County COVID health metrics based on data as of November 3rd, 2020 from Johns Hopkins University and the Maryland Anne Arundel County Departments of Health are at 15.3 in the red zone and are increasing daily with trends indicating a continued upward spike. And whereas on October 29th, Governor Larry Hogan has renewed the state declaration of emergency due to COVID-19, and whereas the CDC and other health agencies warn of significant risks posed for even higher caseloads as we move into the holiday and flu seasons, I move that the board support the superintendent's recommendation to postpone the as yet unimplemented portion of the hybrid reopening of schools and have students and staff remain in virtual learning through the end of the first semester. Option 2, whereas the health and safety of all students and staff has been and will continue to be the priority of all reopening plans, and this board has committed to following the guidelines set in place by state and local health officials for school operations, I move that the board adopt a protocol guiding the timeline of the reopening plan as follows. The COVID case rate measured in 7-day moving average of new cases per 100,000 as posted on the Anne Arundel Department of Health website at noon 7 days prior to the beginning of the next phase of reopening will be used by the superintendent of schools to determine whether schools will move forward with the plan. If the case rate causes a delay in the reopening plan, the superintendent will reassess every 2 weeks moving forward with the reopening when the case rate meets the county's metrics for moving into the next phase of school reopening, with a reopening date that allows for sufficient time for teachers to prepare for a return to the classroom for their students as determined by the superintendent. Ms. Antwine.
Can you hear me?
Ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so since we are doing options rather than an integrated collaborative effort, I vote for the safety and security of our students first. So I'm voting for option 1.
Mr. Gilliland.
Option 1.
Mr. Lyde.
Option 2.
Ms. Hummer.
Option 1.
Mr. Smith.
Option 1.
Ms. Ellis.
Option 2.
Ms. Schulheim.
Option 1.
Ms. Corkadell.
Option 2.
5 for option 1, 3 for option 2. Option 1 passes.
Thank you, Ms. Howe. Ms. Hummer, you had items that were not directly they're somewhat germane, but they were not actual implementation dates. These are secondary things to that, because our implementation date was not related to teachers. And I understand you have a couple more motions before we depart this agenda item. Okay, proceed.
Okay, I move that the board support Dr. Arlotto's continuation of the aggressive return to school buildings of small groups of identified priority students, such as English language learners, students with special needs, students in our centers of applied technology, and others who are struggling in the virtual format for direct instruction through the remainder of the first semester, pending the health metrics support such a return.
Second.
Second.
So this is just a continuation of what we're doing, and to say that we want to, as everyone has said, we know there are children who are struggling virtually, and that we want to continue bringing those students back and addressing them as aggressively as we can, pending the health metrics allowing us to do so.
Thank you, Ms. Hummer. Roll call order. Ms. Antwine, any questions or comments?
Yes. I just heard from Dr. Arlotto that the recommendation is that all the students go back, despite their inability to be successful in virtual learning. The health recommendation is that all of the students go back to a virtual environment. Is that correct?
Ms. Hummer, I think that may be more suited for yourself because it's relevant, it's germane to your motion, because the
Right.
plan and the metrics go in hand. So I'm presuming that this is a support statement. This is not an edict, correct?
Exactly. So currently, we do have small groups in the building. As Dr. Arlotto said, the health officer has recommended that we discontinue that right now based on the numbers. However, if the numbers improve, this is one that I believe that if the health metrics improve first semester, that we should continue targeting these children who are struggling as much as possible. But again, this is pending the health metrics as well.
So then it links back to Ms. Ellis's motion of an assessment over the next few weeks before we bring any of the students back. So my concern is definitely there are those students who struggle virtually, most certainly. But if health is at a heightened risk right now, I don't believe we should entertain any motions until we get metrics that will allow us to bring the students back.
And again, this says pending the health metrics. This would not be right now when we are in the red zone.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Mr. Gilliland? Mr. Leib?
Yeah, question, Dr. Arlotto, if this motion passes, will you withdraw our current students that are in the buildings back into virtual?
I'm sorry, if the current motion on the floor
this motion
passes?
Yes, because it just seems to be a dichotomy here. Where motion says support your continued efforts, fine.
Mhm.
The aggressive return to school buildings of small groups.
Mhm.
And yet your recommendation some time ago was from Dr. Kaliraman, which you agreed with, you recommended to us, was right now it doesn't support having our kids in school buildings.
Correct.
So
I think
there's a disconnect there.
I don't see the disconnect because the recommendation, Mr. Leib, is for the immediate, because we have spiked into the red, to use that terminology. For the immediate, the recommendation, my recommendation, and being supported by the Department of Health, is to bring the students into virtual. Hopefully that will be a short time period. and that as the numbers come down and we get back into the yellow, and we follow the metrics, we can begin to then aggressively continue to bring students back into the buildings. I'm hoping it's a short term that we would have to pull people back into virtual, those students. But of course, my crystal ball is very fuzzy these days.
Now, okay, so, well, I just don't, I believe this motion is unnecessary then. You're going to do that most likely, whether we pass a motion like this or not, correct?
I'm still committed. We are committed. Dr. Kalyanaraman is committed to us utilizing the buildings and bring small groups of students back in who need it, particularly those students with special needs. So
Thank you, Dr. Arlato.
I see the point you're making. I would be doing that. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Arlato.
Ms. Hummer, you made the motion, so Mr. Smith?
Yeah, so what I'm hearing is, based on Dr. Kalyanaraman's recommendations, we're going to suspend the hybrid that's in place. So the special education students are going to come back virtual. We're going to stop sports, and those Cat North students, they're going to come back virtual.
That's what I'm going to be recommending. That's what I'm planning on doing, unless this board makes a decision to not allow me to do that. Yes, that's what I'll do in the short term, is bring students back into full virtual, pending the change in metrics.
Okay, until the metric gets back under 15, correct?
And we can start to bring those students, bring them back into the buildings. And the point that I think Ms. Hummer's trying to make is, and if because we are now going to remain in the virtual environment for the remainder of the semester, that I think her point is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Hummer, to then, when she used the term aggressively, not just bring back the students that we've already invited back, but increase those numbers, get more students involved in some of the small group work.
Yeah, no, I hear you with that, but I guess my concern is my order of priority. So my first priority in this is special education students. Then it would be those kids at CAT centers. Then it would be those kids at the kids sports, right? Students engaged in extracurricular activities. I can lose the sports in the CAT North with no problem because I know they can still get a proper education. But the reason we have these students at the special education centers is because they just weren't getting it. They need to be in person. So I guess I have a few questions. On average, how many kids are in the special? This is just for special education. How many kids are in these classes at a time? So for one teacher, you know how many kids per class? 3?
Yeah, one.
It's 1-to-1.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
usually one student with a with a teacher and a TA.
Okay, and that's
in
just
most cases it's a single student.
And that's just in one room,
Correct.
Right? So there'll only be up like no more than 3 people per room,
Correct.
on average. And for the buses, how many people are on the buses? Students?
That I don't know. I don't know what the numbers are on the buses.
Okay. I don't need an exact. I just need a ballpark number.
Right, so it'll be anywhere from 1 on a bus to about 4.
On the floor, and they can spread out pretty. I assume that they can. I can assume that they can spread out pretty safely and stay the distance. So, and then I guess there are no transitions in these schools, right? You just stay with your teacher and your TA the whole class. You have no interaction with anyone else other than them. And then when your interaction, they're probably no closer than you and I, correct?
No, it's in most cases it's hands-on, and that's the reason that we're doing this, is because they're working with those students in ways that we're not able to in the virtual environment. So many times it's physically hands-on, teachers and TAs with the students.
Okay. It's very close so they can see each other's mouths for speech and language. Okay. So it's very close proximity.
Okay, and the teachers just have regular PPE, just a mask and gloves. Anything else? No.
They're wearing face shields and gowns in some cases. That's up to the teacher and what they prefer.
Okay, now, so how much of the class time is like the hands-on, right? Do they have anything where they're spaced out? Can we eliminate the hands-on stuff?
Well, that's the point is to have the hands-on stuff. So the things that we can still do online, those students are still doing online during the course of the week. Right now, the students at the special centers that are coming in are only coming in for an hour and a half, 2 hours at a time, once a week,
Yes.
right? So it's not a regular class that
Yeah.
you have in your mind that you and I are used to attending. This is just to do some very, very specific work with that student, and the rest of the time they're at home in the virtual environment.
And so we've been doing this since what, October, since the first or second
About a
was
month now.
about a month.
About a
Right?
month.
I know it might be too early to call, but can you give me some results from that?
No.
Anything maybe from what you've heard from teachers? Like, is it going well? Do they think that their students are progressing in this?
I haven't talked with any of the teachers about. Now, a number of those students were unable to wear a mask, so they were transitioned back to home, which was your point earlier. We talked about what are we doing with those students, and now we're hoping that we can transition them back into the building.
Okay, and Dr. McMahon, have you heard anything from teachers, like the success rate or students progressing like they should?
As Dr. Lotto said, it's only once a week so far with a small number of students so far. But the idea is to get them in that face-to-face environment to assist them to move along in their IEP goals.
This is kind of it's a tough decision. I know you don't want to make this decision, but you have to for the safety of our students. And hearing what I just heard, I guess it makes a lot of sense, and it seems like the damage won't be that much. But I don't know. I just wish there was some way we can keep the special education students back in the buildings, just because, like I said, they really need it. And that's why I've asked so many questions, and you can hear the concern in my voice, because I am concerned about these students, as I am sure that you are, and Dr. McMahon, all your staff, everyone here is concerned about them. And it's just a real shame that we can't continue it, right? We're just talking about changing the captain in the middle of a storm. Now we're changing the ship again, right? We're reverting them back to what they were, and maybe they found a groove. Now we just have to revert. So I guess when I first heard that, I was thinking about making a motion to stop that. But from I've heard, that's why I asked these questions. Now I guess it makes sense, and it seems like hopefully the damage won't be that much. But once again, I have to turn back to the people at home. Now these special education students that were thriving in this environment, that were getting that much needed hands-on attention, now they can't, just because we can't stay apart. See, I said this before, I'm going to say it again. You're not just hurting yourself, you're hurting the most vulnerable in your community. You're hurting the most vulnerable in your community. These kids really need to be back in the classroom, and now we can't. And let's say you're just so callous, you don't care. Well, now we have to close sports. I know everybody loves sports. Now that's gone again. So you're not just, you're hurting yourself and your community. So this pandemic's really showing, if we still have humanity in us, right? If we can really think before we act. So I just want to urge people once again, we're coming up on 2 major holidays: Thanksgiving, Christmas, Hanukkah, 3 major holidays. And those are large celebrations normally with family, friends from out of town. And those are going to be super spreader holidays if we really don't act, because the consequences, at the end of this year, they're going to be long next year, and we might be in this situation longer than we need to be. So I just want to urge once again for everyone to please continue to wear a mask and just stay apart. It's not that hard. It's really not. We have all these other ways to communicate with people. I know I'm going on and on, but this is really important, right? Now we're impeding on those people that really need to be back in person. So this is, I guess, an appeal to heaven. Please, 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 just wear a mask, stay apart, and especially to the students, my peers. I see the posts on Instagram, on Snapchat, these big parties, large gatherings. That's callous behavior. That's not AACPS awesome. So please just do your part so we can come back together. If people have been doing that, we would not have to have these hard conversations like we're having tonight. We'd be in a far better situation. But here we are, just because we can't stay apart. So I'm going to say it again. Wash your hands, wear a mask, and stay apart. And just think before you act.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Shawhan? I'm sorry, Ms. Ellis. I'm so sorry.
Thanks. First, I just have to take a moment. Mr. Smith, as a senior, you're already losing so much this year. And your heartfelt plea is admirable, because I know that that was a completely selfless statement. You really are thinking of the most vulnerable in our community, and I just want to acknowledge that. Thank you. Okay, just a couple of questions. When we're looking at the smaller or special groups in this motion, I have a question for you, Dr. Arlotto. Do we have students in the center in Cat South yet?
No, ma'am.
And what, I guess, I'm sorry, I thought we were going to be at that point by now. Can you share why we don't have them in Cat South yet?
We haven't had teachers that have volunteered to return to Cat South.
Okay, so we're still only bringing students in based on teacher volunteer
Correct.
situations. Okay, so and so is that true for all of the groups of students we have coming in right now? It's all teacher volunteer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Ms. Hummer, can you clarify for me in your motion the others who are struggling in the virtual format? Who do you envision that to be, and how will that be determined?
I believe that is one that Dr. Arlotto and his staff can best determine based on our data that we have. In my mind, what I would envision is children we know that aren't present very often, that may be absent a lot, children that don't seem to be turning in their work, ones that we know are having to go asynchronous more because of work schedule. Those are all options. And I've left that as open because I believe that Dr. Arlotto and his staff, they know who those children, I mean, they will work with principals and teachers, and the teachers can tell you. They'll say this is a child that's not as engaged or whatever. And so I wanted to leave that open. We rightly emphasize many of our most vulnerable students when we talk about English language learners and special education, but that is not all of our children that need help and that need other things. So I put those in there, but I also want to make sure that this is broad enough that we really want it to be the children, as you've described, that the parents are saying they're so disconnected, or they're depressed because they're lonely. Those are children that I hope that we can be focusing on more and bring back to have. But we have data that's there that lets us know, and so that I would leave up to the experts to identify those criteria as we bring them back.
Thank you for that. And I obviously we all agree we want to bring as many students in as we can.
Sure.
But Dr. Arlotto, being realistic about this, those others who are struggling students are currently assigned to classes, teachers. Who would be available to work with those students if the teachers are all teaching their classrooms? Can you, is this something that can be accomplished? Bringing in more students who are struggling, who don't fit in one of these special categories.
So it will begin by getting the teachers back into buildings, and that would be part of my goal, is to return the teachers back into the buildings long before the end of the semester, so that teachers would be available to engage. But you're right, the teacher that's engaged with George Arlotto is engaged during the course of the school day. So we'd have to be looking at either changing some schedules for some teachers, but really we probably have to be looking at some afternoons of teachers working with students in the afternoon. If we're talking about in a case where what Mrs. Hummer is talking about, if it's at a Cat North or Cat South, it could be done during the normal school day as they would engage those students.
Okay. And being as we're going to remain virtual for the rest of the semester, and I believe actually, because based on what you just said, I'm a little confused right now because I thought that the action the board just took keeps. Did that keep teachers virtual for the rest of the semester?
Did not address teachers.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I heard the word teachers being in there. So then, Dr. Arlotto, is there a point where we can bring teachers in on an as-needed basis? Certainly seeking volunteers first is absolutely the best way to go. But if we have students with needs who need a teacher there, does that necessitate bringing all teachers in order to bring 5 teachers in?
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying.
So-
Are you asking if I have targeted a particular group of students and I need 5 teachers for that? Do I need to bring in all the teachers?
Right.
No, the answer is no.
Okay, that's what I needed. Thank you.
I would want to bring in all the teachers, and we've talked about that in the past, but no, one does not necessarily mean you have to do the other.
Thank you. And I know this board has indicated we prefer to bring teachers in on an as-needed basis. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you. Ms. Schulheim?
Yes, I just have a couple of questions, mostly for Dr. Arlotto. At this moment, prior to the metrics going into the red zone, of course, were we just bringing special education students into the special centers, or were we addressing folks on IEPs at either our regional programs or just at the individual school level? Can you remind me?
At present, it was just students in the special centers, and we are in the process of expanding to regional centers and supporting some other students, some other of our special needs students.
Perfect, thank you. And then I thought I just heard you say that you were hoping to get all teachers back before the end of this semester, because I just wanted to make sure I heard that correctly. So will the November 9th date be changing in light of the action that the board's taken this evening?
Yes.
Okay, and then to be determined based on red zone versus yellow zone, correct?
Somewhat. It'll be determined as I meet with my team and make a determination about when we think it's best to bring teachers back into the building. But yes, the November 9 date we'll put aside. My plan would be to put something out to staff first thing in the morning so everybody knows that. Without a now new date set for return, because we'll have time to sit down and plan that out.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm in support of this motion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't think I have any questions. Let me just reread this one more time. We just got this yesterday. Ms. Hummer, does your motion, I know it's not all-inclusive, but when we're referring, and maybe this is a Dr. Alato question, and after all, I'm not really sure which one. When we're referring to others who are struggling in the virtual format for direct instruction, are we referring to those who would otherwise be receiving their instruction along with their classmates who may not have IEPs because they're integrated into our main class areas? I mean, I know we haven't even worked through our ELL and got all, and we still regrettably only have one center of applied technology open until staffing, I guess, supplies are provided. But the other kids struggling in there, is that eventually, in other words, if we're not, we're in a delay of launch of the others, the kids in the middle and high school who have IEPs that are integrated, that are falling fast and falling hard, are they in that definition?
I
too?
left it broad enough that it can be whatever Dr. Arlotto and his team determined. So that could be, I am not specifying grade level or
Okay.
anything like that. It's, I would like the staff, like I said, they know who needs it, and I would like them to be able to have that freedom to target those children no matter what grade level or where they are that most need it.
Correct. I'm trying to err in that side too, because, like my vote, for example, on the 7th was based on the official advisement of both the health officer and our superintendent, just to clarify. I do not find that to be conflicting. We all have our own interpretation. But as it relates to the struggling kids, because we did cap out on the remainder of the unlaunched, basically for all intent and purposes. And I just want to there's a lot of our families who received IEPs, and although they have had their IEP team meetings and everything, the way the rollout is of our metrics and our existing plan, which still exists, it is very gray when you're talking about a middle schooler who has, a certain degree of autistic spectrum or something to that similar effect. And there's a whole host, there's hundreds upon hundreds of stories that others have shared similarly. I don't want to get into any of the details of it, but I would like to know, like, where they are in that, after we get done with the ones in the centers, how, is it age-based? Is it a combination? Because are they part of the struggling in the virtual? Because they kind of are. But I would be curious to know your definition, Dr. Alano, on that.
Oh, I don't think I have a definition yet,
Okay.
right? We're just, this is all coming to us now.
Mhm.
And so we will have to sit down. Again, we'll continue to focus on those special needs students where there are particular accommodations, not accommodations, but services that we're unable to deliver in the virtual environment. I think that has to be our first focus. And then as we begin to broaden that net and bring in other students, we'll have to sit down and begin to make a plan about who those students might be and how we can best serve them in a face-to-face environment.
Okay, so it's just a matter of just going down the priorities list, but they're all in the category. So they're all, in theory, could be in the category, right? Depending, case by case, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what I just want to make sure, because
Yes.
I think there was a little confusion in that, because I know, there's the individualized, here's what we're doing, and we're in virtual, and so I just want to make sure that for the public's interest as well as mine, that's pretty clear that, if you got a special need, that we're going to work through trying to accommodate it as quickly as possible, metrics provided. Okay. That's the only question I have, is just clarifying that definition to make sure we're okay. I'm okay with the idea. I mean, it defers over to your judgment on that, so I'm good. Any other Okay. Ms. Hummer, would you like to make final comments?
No, I think it's speaks for itself. Thank you.
Ms. Howell, please call roll.
President Corkadell, may I get a point of clarification, please?
Absolutely. We haven't gone to vote yet. Go right ahead.
Thank you. I had a question about the last motion. I understood included staff. Is that not the case?
It did not.
The option one included students and staff.
No, it did not. It was just about virtual learning. It was about,
Okay.
yes, it did not. It said students and staff remain in the virtual learning. So it referred to staff in that way, but nothing in more detail than that.
Okay, and then just a point of clarification. It's my understanding that the goal, Dr. Arlotto has expressed, this is for you, Dr. Arlotto, he's expressed continuously that your mission is to get students back into buildings. And Dr. Kaliala Rahman has also come back and shared with us that is part of his goal as the health officer. So if we take on a motion that aligns with that, I'm trying to understand why the motion is necessary. If we're moving all of our students back into the second semester, what would be happening before the second semester that makes a difference for these others, for these students that are targeted right now?
Is that a question for Mrs. Hummer and the motion maker?
I believe it's common.
That's actually a question for you. For you, if this motion should pass, how is it different from what you're already doing? How would it be different?
I don't believe that there will be, we will continue to, when the metrics allow, to plan for bringing small groups of students back into school buildings. So between now and the end of the second semester, that won't change. We're going to continue to focus on that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, point of information has been cleared. Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Would you like me to repeat the motion?
Please.
I move that the board support Dr. Arlotto's continuation of the aggressive return to school buildings of small groups of identified priority students, such as English language learners, students with special needs, students in our centers of applied technology, and others who are struggling in the virtual format for direct instruction through the remainder of the first semester, pending the health metrics support such a return. Ms. Antwine.
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland.
Aye.
Mr. Lyde.
Nay.
Ms. Hummer. Aye. Mr. Smith.
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim.
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-1.
Ms. Hummer.
So as a continuation on the previous motions, as I had put forth that we would delay the hybrid reopening, remain virtual for the first semester. But my hope and I believe and intent and what I believe everyone would like to see is that second semester we would bring our children back. And when I say that, I hope it will be all of our children, not just our targeted groups and not just our elementary students, but that we find a way to bring back all levels of students. In order to prepare for that and to continue for first semester our targeted groups of students, it will take a lot of planning and training and getting teachers in the classrooms and moving. And so based on these changes to the plans that we've made, I move that in order to facilitate this return of priority need student groups, as well as plan and prepare for a second semester return to schools, The board supports returning all school-based staff to school buildings no later than the conclusion of winter break.
Second.
Motion and second has been made. Ms. Antwine, questions and comments?
So when does second semester start? I think our agreement was that we would bring teachers and associated staff back in 2 weeks prior. So our second semester starts in February, right?
I couldn't hear.
February?
I couldn't.
February 1st, Ms. Antwine.
Okay. So based on our calendar, I think it's January 2nd or 3rd that we will be bringing teachers back. Is that right, Ms. Hunt?
Again, this is open-ended to allow Dr. Arlotto to set a date, but that to make it, I believe it's important for us to state that in order to meet our goals of reaching, serving our targeted groups of students and to really prepare to bring all students back second semester, that we need staff in the buildings to begin with that.
Understood. And just one more question about that. Could we, could the 2-week targeted date that was recommended at the last meeting, could that be an option, a target? Could we not just set a targeted date now? That's what I'm getting at.
Well, my only concern with that is after winter break would be very close to that 2 weeks targeted, but we've just passed a motion saying that we really want him to aggressively bring back targeted groups if necessary. And to bring back targeted groups, we're going to need staff and buildings. And so if Dr. Arlotto feels that in order to achieve these goals, he needs to bring staff back, I think we should support him in that.
Okay, I just believe that the teachers need a targeted, teachers and staff members that are currently in the virtual environment need an actual targeted date so that they can manage around that as well. And now that we have a set date for second semester, we could actually, as a board, introduce at least an objective date. And then if Dr. Arlotto deems it necessary to make it earlier than that date, then we could do that. It's what I'm offering.
It's again, I think Dr. Arlotto on this one is best able to make the determination based on when they should return. And also, he may be considering health rates and things like that. And so I'm hesitant to name a specific date for teachers because Dr. Arlotto will know better what the needs are and for when they will need to come back. So.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Mr. Gilland, Mr. Live. Anything?
No comment, question.
Ms. Hummer made the motion. Mr. Smith?
So this would bring in all schools, correct? High school, middle, and elementary?
Yes, because my hope is that second semester will include all levels of schools coming back.
Yes, and so they would all just come back at the same time, right?
And that would be Dr. Arlotto's call of when they come back, but it would be, to have them as needed to come back in there if we're wanting to address all levels of schools, and we really want to prepare for all students to return to the building.
Well, I guess my next question to you is, how does sitting in an empty classroom prepare a teacher for students who are going to be, yes, we're going to tell them to stay in the chair, but still, especially in the elementary school levels, anything can happen in the classroom. Of course, we're going to say, stay in your chair, but I'm just saying, like, as soon as you add students to the equation, everything you prepared for kind of it's all for naught, right? Imagine to prepare for this board meeting, they said, Drake, every Wednesday until the board meeting, sit right here. I was sitting alone in this room before, everyone came in, getting set up, and it did absolutely nothing for me. Because once you add students in the equation, it's a whole different ballgame. At that point, it's apples and oranges. Well, I get maybe if we said, if to prepare somehow, maybe, we encourage it. Maybe we tell, hey, we just want to encourage you, but requiring it, that won't do anything. Especially, we're going to start with elementary schoolers, and that's if we get that ball rolling, right? It's like you said, second semester's still in the air. It's really in the air. So, we're going to start with elementary, the middle, and high school. That means high school teachers are just going to sit in their classrooms for months.
As I said, I'm hoping that second semester we'll see return of all levels of students, not just elementary. So planning toward that so that it wouldn't, that we would have all students coming back at that time.
Okay, and not that, but that's a hope, right? And let's say we get to second semester and the metric just won't allow for that. Let's say the metric only allows for moving elementary schoolers, and we already made this motion, so then we'll have to resend the motion. So I think that we stick to kind of what we had before, where we recommended like 2 weeks before the implementation, or maybe only even 1 week, because I don't see how sitting in a classroom alone is going to help teachers prepare for anyone coming back to the building. We don't want to compare teaching to any other profession, right? Each profession is uniquely its own, but just imagine if we told restaurant employees, in order to prepare for shoppers coming on the weekends, just sit there. It adds nothing, right? And then I think Dana brought it, Mrs. Shaw, I'm sorry, she brought it up that on the board, they already have these setups in their home, and they have to upend everything. And then let's say we're in a situation second semester where we're back in the red zone. Hopefully not, fingers crossed, that's not the case. But then they have to take all their stuff back to their house. So I just think that, I get the merit behind it, right? I want to prepare for getting back in the classroom, but sitting alone by yourself is not going to prepare anything. In reality, it's just changing their environments. They're already sitting alone at home most of the time. Pick a bedroom, guest room. Now we're just saying sit in your classroom alone. I just, I don't see it. So I'm going to have to be opposed to this one.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Ellis?
Thank you. I need to ask our attorney, Mr. Burns, a question. Mr. Burns, and forgive me, the board meetings are kind of running together for me right now because we've talked about reopening every meeting for a while. I believe it was our last meeting. This board unanimously voted to strongly encourage our superintendent to not require teachers to return sooner than 2 weeks prior to the date they are to work with students in person in the classroom. Does the current motion require us to rescind that? The board just decided on this 2 weeks ago. And here's, go ahead.
I would have to, do you happen to have a copy of your motion? I'm sorry, the board's motion from that meeting?
I'm going to ask Ms. Howe to present it in just a minute.
No, from the last
old
meeting.
one.
That's what I'm referring to.
Okay.
She's going to, if we can just wait a minute. For legal clarification, I don't have a problem doing that. Why don't we stand at ease for point of information and legal. We'll resume this to provide time, since it is legal in nature, to acquire the precise language so that we can get a more precise answer. So this board is officially stood at ease. course, everybody started walking on me. So it's exciting. I want to thank everyone for their patience. We have a request for legal, and since then, I believe we've obtained the information that will help answer the question. Ms. Ellis, if you could please refresh everyone's memory on the inquiry to Mr. Burns, and then Mr. Burns, you may proceed. The two of you may proceed in accordance.
Thank you. Mr. Burns, with the current motion on the table, and in relation to the board action that was taken by the board passing a motion to strongly encourage our superintendent to not return teachers prior to a certain number of days before they have students in the classroom. Are these two motions not in opposition, and therefore the previous motion would have to be rescinded? Or
No, and for the record, during the time you stood down, I worked with.
Pardon my interruption. We do introduction for yourself?
Oh, sure.
To identify
I thought you already.
yourself,
I thought you
please,
already
sir.
said it. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Darren Burns, board counsel, for the record. During the board's time it stood down, I worked with Ms. Howell to get a copy of the motion from the prior meeting, Ms. Ellis. And I think, just for clarification, I'm going to read it. It says that you moved that in light of the schedule and staffing logistics, community safety guidelines, evolving health metrics, and other challenges our staff are working through as we move forward with reopening, the superintendent gives strong consideration to providing teachers the option of not having to return to their physical classroom until 2 weeks before the date when students return to their school for hybrid learning. Based on that exact text, the wording is simply that the superintendent gives strong consideration. I don't think that is an action of any kind by the board that would conflict with a subsequent action, because all you did was ask the superintendent to consider something. There's no direction there. There's no directive. There's no instruction. There's no mandate, however you want to put it. And therefore, I don't think that anything you did tonight, other than maybe being logically in conflict or something like that, but from a legal standpoint, it's not an issue.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And that being said, I do consider the motions to be in conflict, and this board did vote unanimously just 2 weeks ago, and I find it interesting that how this parallels the whole discussion we had with the first motion this evening, because people are this argument was being made that people need to plan and people need consistency, and now we're trying to undo what we just did 2 weeks ago. And I simply can't support that. And the other parallel to the discussion in the first motion is, I don't think we should base these decisions on dates. They should be based on metrics and the necessity of returning teachers to the classroom. So again, this board strongly encouraged the superintendent to not return teachers to their classrooms or require them to return sooner than 2 weeks before they are to have teachers or students in their classrooms. And then the decision was actually made by the superintendent to return teachers 1 week before schools were to open, before we knew that we were going to halt. So that all being said, I cannot support this motion. I think planning can be done without requiring teachers to work full-time in their classrooms when it is completely unknown when they will actually have students in their classroom. Thank you.
Excuse me. I'm out of water. Ms. Shawhan?
Yes, I have a question about staff that aren't Unit 1, like Unit 1 non-school-based staff, like resource teachers and specialists, based on our motion from a couple weeks ago, does that include those folks as well?
Does what include those folks?
The motion that we passed a couple weeks ago about not having teachers back, or strongly encouraging, or whatever the verbiage was, until 2 weeks before, does that also include resource teachers and those sorts of staff?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it does by definition of the motion, but most of those folks are working. Everybody's working. Let me correct that statement. They are rotating through in their job locations because, as you said, they're not school based. Those resource folks, so they're reporting to work. Some physically to central office if that's where they're stationed.
Okay. And then I had a question about, and I think it's all related. So hopefully you'll let this pass through. But because we're in the red zone now, what does that mean for teacher assistants, secretaries, technical staff, behavioral assistants, permanent subs, custodial staff, and our food and nutrition services people? I'm just curious.
Is that a question for me?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Could you repeat that, please?
So because we're in the red zone,
Yes.
how does that impact our teacher assistants, secretaries, technical staff, behavioral assistants, permanent subs, custodial staff, and food and nutrition services folks?
It does not impact their current work.
Okay. All right. I'm thinking, and I'm good for right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shulheim. I have a question. Ms. Hummer, you had mentioned in your opening comments that this is what the superintendent wants, but we did not receive a recommendation from the superintendent concerning your motion. So and I'm just saying that not to be, not to target any aspect of it, but for the same reasons of motion number one, I want to understand, is this because the superintendent was not asked previously to review this for the board, so we have not requested his recommendation. The recommendation we received was regarding the implementation date as it related to the hybrid learning schedule, particularly the integration of that it was very specific actually and evident that did not include the students, that the teachers and everything. In fact, we made separate motions. So and I may have missed it because it's already like 11:30 at night. Did I miss a recommendation or is there a presumption, or maybe it was shared with you and not the others? I'm not really sure here.
You are correct. There hasn't been an official recommendation, but earlier in this meeting, Dr. Arlotto said he would like the teachers to come back. He did state that, but we have not asked him for a direct. So I'm basing that on his words during this meeting as he talked about that. But it's not, we have not asked him for a direct recommendation on this, no.
Okay, I'm probably going to decline for the same reason on your motion number one. This is not a suggestion. This is an edict with the time specific to the superintendent. I would much rather, he make those determinations. I think he demonstrated well the discretion throughout as it relates to them, as to who we are returning and who we're not, and who we're going to not need based on when we get back from winter break. So I will probably be a no, not because it doesn't make sense to me. I believe it probably would be a logical conclusion. And yes, you're correct. He did allude to that. I just don't, I would just rather not the board be pushing date specifics to the superintendent, because then we find ourselves having to roll back and everything. And you will not be here to re-explain to the new board what we were previously saying if we have to visit this again in December. Hopefully we don't. But I would just rather try to keep it to where we're not revisiting it and just leave this to the superintendent, which is right now the case. So I will be a no, but I definitely appreciate the intent here of what we're trying to do, and that is systematically make sure that we have everyone taken care of. But I will be a no at this time. Do we have any other rounds of comments or questions? Seeing none, Ms. Hummer, you have a last statement.
All right. I am going to withdraw this motion at this time, but I want to stress again that the intent of this is we have just said that we want to bring back targeted groups. Dr. Arlotto shared with us that Cat South is not able to open because teachers have not volunteered to come in. That's just one example of when if all teachers are asked to come back in, that we could serve those students. I also want to reiterate that the motion that we passed last time, that we asked him to strongly consider that it be 2 weeks beforehand, as Mr. Burns said, that was not an action. So I do believe that Dr. Arlotto has the authority and the leeway to bring teachers back when he feels it is necessary in order to meet our goals of reaching our targeted students and returning all students to the schools as when things allow. So I will withdraw my motion.
Thank you, Ms. Hummer. Yeah, I think we're on the same page on that. And I do appreciate that, your candor in that. And I think we needed to have the conversation, though, nonetheless. I think it's important for people to understand, that we are considering. And yes, it's more than just our teachers. It's all school-based staff and all of our contractors. We've got 14,000, right? I believe, between the contractors and the employees that we take care of. So thank you very much. I believe this concludes item 8.01, and we are now on 8.02, the elementary school hybrid learning schedule. This was a request of Ms. Ellis. She withdrew a specific motion with the request that we continue the discussion and move forward accordingly. So we are here to continue that discussion, and I believe some of the discussion may involve questions of Dr. Arlotto's staff. It looks like we got everybody, right? Was that you, Mr. Chiknovich? You may just want to take the for testimony in case we have questions, or you good? Okay, I wasn't sure if there was any follow-up on inquiry. Ms. Ellis, was there any information that the staff owed the board? Was there any information the staff owed the board? I can't recall.
No, not at this time.
Okay, so you did not request. Okay, so then let's just move forward, and you have the floor.
Yeah, so in light of the late hour and also action that has been taken by this board this evening, I'm just going to make a quick statement. I'm not going to pursue anything on this agenda item this evening, except to make a statement that I still find it perplexing that we are basing school schedules when we do move into the hybrid learning model, basing that on prior year's schedules when we do not know the number of students we will be transporting to what schools. That has to drive some changes. And if we're basing our start times on those transportation needs, I'm a bit confused about why we are having the start times based on bus routes from prior years. That being said, I do want to ask Mr. Cheknovich and Dr. Arlato and, to be mindful of that when we do make these plans to move forward with hybrid learning. And Mr. Cheknovich, I'd be happy to have a meeting with you offline or through emails or something. I'm trying to understand that, and I would like to see justification for transportation driving our start times the way it is right now. So I'm just going to leave it at that. It is a late evening, and we can move on from this agenda item unless anyone else has something.
Miss Ellis, could you please, I just sent you a little note.
I know, now I'm reading it.
and of course it's a pencil that's really, really dull, so I don't even know if you can see it. But my note to you, I'm happy to share in public, was to please announce we have dates set for the workshop and the hearing. If you could share what it is we're going to be doing and when we are going to be doing it.
Yes, give me just one moment. Oh, I know what I needed. I one second. That's what it was. I'm pulling it up to make sure I got it right. So we are this board, as we have talked about for quite a long time now, and it has been delayed, thanks, unfortunately, to COVID. We are going to have a start times workshop to address the larger issue of start times for our schools. As this board has indicated that our start times should be healthy and appropriate for students, and that it is time to find solutions for making that happen. So there will be a workshop happening on, and I'm sorry, I'm still looking for it. I believe it is December 14th. And then there will be a public hearing based on the information from that workshop on, I believe it's December 21st. And so the details will be forthcoming. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we will probably do a similar public hearing to what we did on October the 28th in the virtual. So we'll get those details out soon. Any other commentary on this item? Seeing none, we're moving on. Item 8.03, student focused needs assessment. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, President Corgadell. So we're remaining virtual for the rest of the first semester, and second semester is anybody's guess, right? That could be where we're good to go, good to open up elementary schools fully, or it could be we're in a situation similar to this where we have to pick and choose who goes back. And it's been brought up in the conversation multiple times tonight. We want to make sure we can really pick those students that really need to be in person, those students that it's just not working for them, beyond the targeted groups we already have, those students where they're just not connecting. So that's why I move that the Board of Education directs the superintendent of schools to conduct and complete a student-focused needs assessment of the current virtual and hybrid learning environments. This assessment should include the following areas of consideration: test scores, teacher input, progress of all students, student access and accountability, parentals as guardian involvement, technology impact. And the results and recommendations of this assessment should be shared with the Board of Education no later than, wow, I didn't change the date. One second. Does anybody know when our February meeting is? Sorry about that. One's the,
Ms. Howell, can you, or let me just pull up the calendar.
I
Hold
think,
on.
and the other one is the 14th? 17th. And on the 17th, we have the,
We cannot
No, 17th.
schedule on our budget night.
yeah,
No.
I was going to say
No.
that's the budget night. Yeah, so,
No, you can't do it on that night. Sorry.
yeah, so please excuse me. So no later than February 3rd, 2021.
Second.
We have a first and a second. We're going to start roll call order. Ms. Antwine? Questions and comments? Why don't I will roll her to the end here because she is connected through audio because there was a technology issue with the robot. So I will hold her place for as long as I can. Moving along, Mr. Gillen, nothing. Mr. Live, any? Ms. Hummer? Ms. Ellis?
Thank you, Mr. Smith. And I'm sorry, I don't have the motion in front of me, but I did jot down a part of it that you said parental guardian involvement. What do you mean by that? Do you mean staff assessing how what parental involvement is with students, or is that intended to mean parent guardian input into this decision? Your mic.
Sorry about that. It would mean, I'm sorry. It would mean that we, a parent survey, I guess, or I guess we already have one. So I guess another one because times are going to change by the time we get to there. And also, if the parent, like you said, like someone said, if the parent has to work, if the parent is unable to, be there with the child, it would be more beneficial, not because the student is struggling per se, just because their family lifestyle would be more beneficial if the student is back in school. So I guess that brings in a slight economic impact, right? It just depends on the job and profession of the parent or guardian.
Okay, because that's unclear to me, I'm a little concerned about, the wording of the motion, but I fully agree, but I would never turn down important data to support our students, but parental input into this assessment to me is essential.
Mm-hmm. And that's what that is. It's kind of, I guess, how it's worded. It can mean two things, right?
That's what I'm concerned about.
Yeah.
It's a little.
Well, I guess, yeah. We can. I'll change it. Just including
I'm okay with the technical edit as long as the substance isn't changed, because then we'd have to go back around again. So if you want to do a tech edit,
the word, just
if you want to do a tech edit and check it in like we've been doing with Ms. Howell, and then she can take care of that, that's cool. Ms. Ellis, anything further?
And then, I mean, like I said, I'm all for data. The only thing that gives me slight pause is I don't want us as in this board, the administration, anyone, to get to a place where we're comfortable that we're meeting the needs of students, and this precludes us from moving forward with hybrid as soon as we possibly can. So that brings me a little pause, but I do support getting the information.
Michelle?
It sounds like Ms. Antwine is having trouble
We're addressing it. We're going to get back with her. You're being called to comment.
Yes, I realize that. Thank you. I'm definitely not gonna to piggyback on what Ms. Ellis says, turn down data. I think this is important, and I'm in support of it. That's all I have to say.
Ms. Corkadell.
Thank you. Were we able to get Ms. Antoine yet? Still working on it? Okay.
Ms. Corkadell, I said I had no questions, but I've come up with one.
Okay, I haven't, as soon as I'm done.
You're done. Yeah, no problem.
I know,
just wanted to
because
make sure you saw
you
me.
know, as you well know from sitting in the seat, people would just presume that you already said what you had to say.
No. I just wanted to make sure you knew that I wanted to add something.
No worries. Thank you very much. Yeah, we may have to stay here in a minute anyways. But I did have a couple questions for Dr. Arlotto, actually. Dr. Arlotto, I read this and I say, yeah, this is a great idea, except for then I look back in my memory record and the series of information that we've accrued over the last couple of years and even prior to that. And I've never felt that we haven't been doing continual needs assessments on our students. And I know that you had alluded to in multiple updates on recovery and stuff. I remember there was a plan even as it related to the baselining and what we're doing afterwards. And the needs assessments, you know, when we were talking about getting it down to those 50 some kids and 56 kids from a large amount and getting it down to 100 and some, it sounds like this is occurring. So my question to you is what is being asked different than what we are already doing currently, as it relates to the overall outcome? Like, are we doing needs assessments? Because it's a very generic list. And are we, you know, like, what are we up to right now, I guess?
Yes, ma'am. So I don't have I'll be very honest, I don't have a firm grasp on what is being asked. So I can't really speak to this. I have had a conversation with Mr. Smith about this prior to the meeting, so I could gain a better understanding, but I don't have a true grasp of what to put together and what to implement in terms of collecting this information. But in terms of answering your question, yes, you could talk to any principal in any building, and they'd be able to tell you and give you a list of students that are not being successful in a variety of different ways, whether it was social emotional success or math or reading or whatever the content area might be. So so a needs assessment is kind of a relative term, but yes, the schools are constantly assessing their students and maintaining contact with them and looking to provide supports. So yes, we know who the students are that are not being successful. Now, can we then take that same information, say they're definitively not being successful because of the virtual environment? Were they not being successful prior to the virtual environment? Those are questions that the staff would ask at a particular school. But yes, we are constantly reviewing the data at each of the schools to determine student success.
So I know you can't speak to the motion because you're not it's not the superintendent's recommendation here in this case, and that's fine because that's our prerogative to do this. But I know that you are, you're getting the same feedback that we're getting essentially, and probably even more so. And so I do hear from time to time the idea of needs assessments, and I'm wondering if there's just a confusion either in the terminology as it relates compared to what we're doing, because we don't have time for you guys to spend hours and hours going over the details of what all that you do, but I know you're out there doing it. And so maybe could we just get a minute or two to understand, are there, if you don't mind for a second, are there things related to needs assessments that we're not doing, that by virtue of the board motion would somehow support a willingness to do something, and for some reason you're not doing it? Because this is like 100% under your purview for all intent and purposes. And the board receives the reports and the outcomes of that. But you guys do that. So is there a deficiency in our needs assessment that you've identified or staff has that would benefit our overall situation as a result of adopting this? Because
So I think in the big picture, no. But if I think about the current circumstance we're in, doing, and I'm not really sure how to define what a needs assessment is, but determining and looking at specific students to see if the virtual environment is really an impediment to their success. So we don't have that data, we've not collected that data in the past because we've never been in this environment.
Mm-hmm.
So we have test scores and we can get teacher input and all those other things that we continually collect on students. So I'm sure there's certainly a benefit if this moves forward to trying to determine specifically the students that are not being successful because of the virtual environment.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
And that's not something we have asked in the past specifically, because we just have not had that opportunity. We've not been in the circumstance we're in.
Correct. So what does the board bring to the table by commanding you to do something versus you're just now, for example, identifying something and then would figure out when and how to accomplish it and its priority to your staffing time? What does this bring to the table to facilitate that?
I don't know that it brings anything to the table other than showing the board's support for collecting and looking at that data. But I don't know that so no, I don't know how to respond to that, in that that's the piece of information that we have not collected in the past because we've not been in that situation.
Correct, but that would be something you wouldn't normally, I mean, you guys don't normally bring to the board every time you want to do a data assessment or a
Correct.
survey.
Correct.
There's only a few that the board actually normally engages in. One of them is like, the calendar stuff. And from time to time, we've requested surveys. I think there was one last year or something like that we may have done. So, okay. I was just trying to get an understanding of what our asking is. And then in order to fulfill this, I know in most government environments, a needs assessment is this whole big thing. It's several $100,000 and it's this big blown out stuff. And I'm looking at this, at the motion and its broadity. And so I have to ask the question, based on the information that we have on the motion, is there an anticipation of a budgetary impact? We just have an obligation to fiscal.
I would do everything in my power to not have a budgetary impact.
Okay.
I would have to assign staff to do this, to develop whatever the assessment is going to be and the components of it, and then have staff manage it. I would not farm this out or look to spend additional monies.
Okay, so then we're taking time that they're already working a whole bunch of I'm hearing the teachers tell us that they're working a minimum of 10-hour days. I can look over at our senior staff and our support staff here and know that they are putting well above the overtime hours. And so, this is a case where I would just much rather we not be dictating and demanding to do this, because at that point, when a board takes an action, they've got to drop it. And I am very concerned that we're trying to
Welcome, and
improve.
thank you for.
That was a little odd. That's our ghost. I just would rather they incorporate it in more naturally occurring, I guess. I understand we have received people saying that seems to be a more recent catchphrase, is a needs assessment. And yes, we should be constantly assessing that, but our school systems does that so well and so consistently. I just don't see that there's a need for this at this time. I would suggest, though, that any member that has an idea of what data would be helpful for the board to make well-informed decisions above and beyond how we're already doing it, that they could suggest it as an outcome based of what we're going to be doing with the data. But Mr. Smith, I appreciate what you're trying to do. I just don't see that we're not already doing it. At least in part, it sounds like we need to maybe add a couple pieces to it, but I don't think the board's in a position to know what that is. And I would almost prefer that the superintendent would approach us with what his needs are and then what we could do to support it, whether it's, it doesn't sound like it would need to be fiscally or otherwise, because they're the experts and they know what they need for our students the best. And so I'm probably going to be a no on this, although I do appreciate where you're going with it. I just don't. I think the implication of taking to the staff that I know would need to be involved and the teachers who would need to be possibly involved and the school-based student staff that would also need to be involved. And we're trying to improve a future plan of hybrid, and the virtual's taking the regular time. I just don't think it's the right approach to obtain. I'm actually really not clear on what the board does with the data. I know what the staff would do with the data. They do awesome things with their data all the time. I just don't know what the board's benefit would be to provide such genetics. So I'll be a pass on it. Do we have were we able to acquire Miss Antwine? Okay, well, why don't, this is a good moment to stand at ease because she may have a question or a couple comments, and then I want to make sure we're clean going into Mr. Smith's final comments and then to vote. So, we are good. Oh my goodness, you guys are so awesome. All right. Excellent. Oh my goodness. I raised my hands in celebration over.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Probably going to end up in the newspaper tomorrow again. Okay. Moving along. Miss Antwine, we reserved your questions for last. Why don't, and comments too. It doesn't have to be any questions. Anything that you would like to say?
So I really cannot understand what's being requested of me right now. Are we still on Mr. Smith's motion?
Yes, ma'am. And so this is your debate time. I deferred you over to the end because we were having problems so that you can participate in the debate. And so it is your turn.
Yes, and thank you for that. I had a question for Mr. Smith. From what I heard before the technical difficulties, there was no date introduced and no classroom ergonomics, and I guess that was based on the presentation we had a couple of weeks ago. Is that correct?
Yes, I took out classroom ergonomics after the presentation with the setup of the classroom, just because I feel that would be redundant since the school system staff has already come up with ways to implement that. And the date, I didn't update that after the last meeting because it was pretty late into the night. So I updated it from January 6th to February 3rd.
Okay, so it's now requested that we, the board, get the results of the needs assessment by February 3rd?
Yes, because since we're going to be virtual through the first semester and the second semester starts February 1st. February 1st, February 3rd just makes the most sense right now.
Got it. Thank you, sir. That's all I have, President Corkadell.
Okay, so that leaves Mr. Smith. You have final comments before we go to vote.
I think Ms. Hummer wanted to say something.
I talked too long, and I talked it right out of my brain. Thank you for the recall. Ms. Hummer, I apologize. I know you requested one round.
No, I actually, Mr. Smith had answered my question for me. So I just had a clarifying question. So thank you.
No worries at all. Mr. Smith?
Great. So, this needs assessment, normally, like you said, when there are assessments, we normally don't ask, or the superintendent doesn't come to us, we don't ask him to make these. I mean, we're not normally in a pandemic, so I think this is precedented for the times that we are in. What this brings to the table is really definitive data, right? What we have so far is parent surveys, teacher surveys, but this will bring definitive data. You can't argue with test scores, and this is not going to say someone's failing just because they're failing last year. This is going to show us that who's failing because of the virtual environment. We can compare the test scores. I've asked Dr. Lotto, I think 2 times before this, if we're still going to have quarterlies like we would normally, and you said yes. So I think that is pretty much just comparing the data. You can have teachers do that. I don't think that would take teachers much, add too much to their workloads. I know they're already working around the clock, but I don't think that would add too terribly much. This is holistic data. This is not just from parents. This is not just from teachers. It's a combination that we can see who really needs to be back in the building, right? There's a difference between needs and wants. I want to be back in the building, right? But I don't need it. I don't need it. I mean, to the workload, I mean, to me, it just seems like, once again, just compiling data, right? The progress, test scores, teachers' input. I think teacher input would really say it all. Just they know they've been working with them all every day in and day out. They know who is not being successful because of virtual. And then we might find that something's working, We might find, a diamond in the rough. We might find that this is working. We should implement it more often. And then lastly, we're just being transparent with the community by it coming to the board. So the community can say, okay, virtual is actually working, or it's not working. We need to ramp up the results. I mean, then this will clear it up. It won't be up in the air anymore. We'll have the facts. Either it's working or it's not. Who's it working for? Who's it not working for? And then we can really put the students that need to be back into the building. I think that will clear a lot of things up. We won't have to say, well, the parents said this some time ago. Things change. But this will be, and then by the time second semester comes, it will be relevant. It will be relevant data by that point. So I think that this needs assessment is very necessary and very pertinent, very relevant. So I would urge all my colleagues just to vote for it. I mean, we need this data. We really need this data. We're kind of working off what it seems like hearsay, but we need this data. Like I said, this is not to say the parent input is wrong. We need that parent input as well. That's why that's in there. I've changed it to parent survey. So we just need to make sure that we have the data compiled and it's holistic for each student, so we can really see who it's working for and who it's not. And trust me, I think we're going to need this second semester because, like I said, it's still up in the air. We might be in a place where we might not need to use this data at all because hopefully the case rate's under 5, right? We can just open up everybody. Starting with whole schools instead of just select groups. Or if the trend continues like it is, we might be in a situation where then we'll need to pinpoint those students that need to be back in the building. So this is going to help us in the long run. I think, now we have more time to plan because we're not going back until the end of this first semester. So this is really going to help us plan. I mean, the old adage, better to be safe than sorry.
Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Miss Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland,
No.
Mr. Live,
No.
Miss Hummer,
No.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Miss Ellis,
Aye.
Miss Schallheim,
Aye.
Miss Corkadell.
Nay.
4-4, motion fails.
Next item is item 8.04. This should be pretty quick. And Ms. Howe, I just gave you the advisement. I did edit the original, so I'll just advise the members. 8.04 is request for CAC review and analysis of the reopening plans. And this is actually a motion that I've made. I don't do the. But one thing I've been hearing consistently, and just a little history, our board recently did adopt some changes to the CAC policy over the summer, policy KBA. And in its course, one of the things that we did was fix the problem that we had last year, which was, over the course of the years, I think our Citizen Advisory Committee, our CAC, has done an outstanding job. But more and more, we've been using them for policy review than actual review of activities and things going on and things relevant to us. The policy renovations that we had made to that and adopted recently addressed a lot of those and allowed for an opportunity for the CAC to set themselves up from the beginning of the school year on to allow for flexibility. So when something pressing emerges and comes our way, that they're well equipped to not have to drop their current priorities, but actually entertain that moving forward. The board in August adopted the overall schedule, anticipated schedule, as well as the committees that they were setting up in accordance with it. Now, there were a couple committees that were set up designed just to meet the pandemic needs, and we have a couple in waiting for either policies or actions that have not yet occurred from the board, or the board still needs to provide guidance. Some of those things, our policy, as our policies are moving through in its course, we do have people in the wings, so to speak. They typically have their first meeting in September. So I kind of wanted to wait till everybody got settled in. And quite honestly, I was kind of toying with this a little bit prior. When we had our public hearing, thank you, Mr. Smith, for said motion. A lot of people talked about wanting to have more input and input now. And we have these 14 committees that are working directly with the superintendent. But the CAC's mission is specifically for these moments in time. And so just to reiterate, in policy KBA, section C, item 2, the countywide CAC will study and report on issues related to educational needs and services, such as budgeting, curriculum, facilities, policies, regulations, student activities, and any other specific issues of countywide concern as assigned by the board. I think if ever there were a moment in time where we need our CAC, which already comes preloaded, complete, being fully vetted for equity, adequate representation of our stakeholders, and of this board, that we should be asking them occasionally maybe to take a look at some of the stuff relevant to our reopening and hybrid learning. And with that in mind, I wish to make the following motion. And I want to point out too in advance too that I did consider their caseload and everything, and I was heavily involved in the making of the draft that the board did identify. And yes, they do have committees that are kind of in the waiting, that were by design set up to handle things such as equity. We have the SECAC advisory representative from the Superintendent's Advisory Committee on there, as well as a host. I could keep on going and naming. The board did an outstanding job. Thanks to the nominating committee's recommendations, we've had some of the best quality of applicants in years. Not that any of them ever are less, but I was just amazed at how many folks have a willingness to bring to the table. So I think it would be appropriate this time for us to engage our CAC, not to do some 1 year long project, not to do some detailed needs analysis or even make direct recommendations. I think it would be appropriate from time to time for the CAC to do a SWOT analysis. A SWOT analysis is strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and tension/threats. I hate the word threats. I don't know whoever made this an acronym, probably back from the 80s. I think I've been working in SWOT. And it's probably older than that, I gotta suspect. But these are very quick in and out type of things. It's not excessively cumbersome. And I think that the CAC would be willing to maybe even take on a couple extra meetings to get us. I also think that there probably would be perhaps, appreciative of the fact that we are asking that to engage them on such an important issue. So I therefore hereby move, here we go. Here's the motion. I move the board assign to the CAC, in accordance with policy KBA and its associated regulations and practices, a review of reopening plans using a whole plan SWOT analysis methodology with emphasis on special education services and equity in all aspects of current and proposed reopening plans. The CAC shall prioritize the review as follows. November, December of 2020, SWOT analysis of the hybrid models. December and January, SWOT analysis of the virtual models. February 2021, in February through the end of the year, additional reviews as requested by the board. The CAC shall have permission to hold additional meetings as they determine necessary to complete the request and shall timely report their findings to the board in accordance with above schedule. The CAC shall communicate to the board president, notwithstanding applicable appropriate notification to the board progress and request for date modifications to the schedule if as needed. The superintendent may request the CAC review reopening plans and proposals or modifications by request to the board president, notwithstanding applicable appropriate notification to the board.
Second.
Motion and second. I will be going last. Ms. Antwine, questions or comments?
So, I have to refer back to the military me. We just did not approve a needs assessment from the superintendent and the professionals in the field of education to do a needs assessment, which would have identified a true SWOT. Now, from what I'm seeing here, you would like for our citizens advisory group to take that task on. So I'm trying to understand how you envision them in engaging with Dr. Arlotto so that they can have the resources necessary to bring us back an actual SWOT. Right now, as volunteers in the system, not working that system, we introduce them to an immediate disadvantage to get sound information and statistics.
Was there a question or was that commentary?
Both. I would just
Okay.
like to understand
Well, I can
rationale.
explain, I can definitely, yeah, I mean, I can definitely explain I can definitely clarify, but I'm not going to engage in debate on it. Individual members should not do that on the dais between one another. But I will say that what I am referring to, and the simplest way to put it, is kind of what many of our county executives and governors do when they first take office. They set up a citizen-based committee to say, okay, in next 4 weeks, 3 or 4 weeks, do a quick scour of the executive summaries or the whatever it is they're looking at of any department or of any area, and just simply identify in a very executive format the strengths, the weaknesses, and the opportunities and the threats. There is not a recommendation component to it. Although it may contain data outgrowth from a needs assessment, this is not associated with the needs assessment nor anything that was identified in Mr. Smith's motion at all. This is just a standard, really quick sort of give us some input here. It is what they are designed to do, is to advise us. This is the methodology. It is a straightforward one. I've used it multiple times. I've been asked to use it multiple times in transition teams, in advisory committees, commissions. I've sat on hundreds of them. This is one way to do it. And I think, this is being responsive to the citizens wanting to have an input. And this provides for a very equitable stakeholder involved, already ready on the ready and already set up. And unlike the staff and others, we already have staff assigned to these guys. The staff impact is incredibly minimal. So I appreciate your optic on that, but as it relates to, are they similar? No, they're not defined similarly, and they are not designed to obtain the same objectives. This is for a different purpose.
So, and that's why I disagree. When you do a SWOT analysis, that includes a needs assessment. What I'm asking though is, if we as the board, which we have the authority to do, make this assignment to our CAC, a group of volunteers, they will need the resources to be successful in that analysis. And so I'm asking, how do you envision them working with the superintendent and his staff, not just through their liaison, but them getting real hardcore information from the committees that are in place, from the experts that are throughout our system? They need that information to do a quality SWOT that can come back to us with informed, so that we can make informed decisions on what we're getting. And what I'm seeing here, I don't see that engagement right now. So that's what I'm asking you about. How will they be able to get the resources they need within the system to do a quality analysis?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Antoine. I think there may be a little bit of clarification I need to make. This is not a formally procured level, professional level SWOT. SWOT is the methodology frame that they will be using to review the plans as citizens in a group, just like they review our policies. I don't give the detail of the like there's a level of detail there, and the detail is the methodology is I want a list that gives me the highlights of the strengths, the highlights of the weaknesses that they're identifying when they read it. I want the citizen's perspective, not the professionally driven. I don't believe that they need any additional needs assessments than would already be provided in the course of the quick review of the plan. And I would say that I have faith that their president, vice president, and their advisor would be able to guide them on those details And any details that require clarification, they can come back to the board for. This is to, just like every other assignment that we do with the CAC, this is to ask them to look at something and provide a specific type of response as to how they feel about it. And I'm specifying that they provide the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities, and the threats, not in some formal analysis, but as citizens sharing with us, checking in with their board in a very quick order turnaround. And this would not have a significant heavy imposition on the staff. They would probably do like they do for everything that we assign a CAC. There would be a couple of staffers who would come and sit down with those subcommittees and go over. We already have the hybrid plan is already published, and I'm pretty sure most of those CAC members have probably read it at least once or skimmed over it. And the staff would simply guide them in a few hours, and then they would review it and come up with it, and then report back to the board on it. And if they need it, I put in a provision. If they need more time, that's all they got to do is ask. But we don't want this to be a 1 year long project or anything. This should just be pretty straightforward. The staff resources are just there to ask questions like for us when we ask about our hybrid plan to staff. Did that answer your question, Ms. Antoine?
I will honestly say it does not, but I will end my question there. Thank you, President Corcoran.
Yeah, I think there just may be a difference of definitions that we're encountering, Ms. Antoine, and I definitely respect it. I'm just not able to, I believe, articulate the differences well enough. So my apologies. Next, Mr. Gilliland, anything?
Nothing for me. Thank you, Madam President.
Mr. Ludd, anything?
No questions or comments.
Ms. Hummer? Mr. Smith?
Yeah, so when they do this, they're just going to, after each analysis, they're going to report back to the board.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, because they report to us monthly anyways.
So
That's what I
that's
mean. The beauty about this is that these are our people anyways. This is what they're supposed to do. This seemed to me like a really good logical start. And I think it could lead to perhaps future needs analysis that they're going to help identify too for the board. So I think there could be some synchronicity, you know, even if the motion hadn't passed, to allow for that fluid then exchange. And then, as I said, I also put in the superintendent in there so that once again, there's that freedom of getting just a quick, you know, you need that quick check, you need that check-in periodically. And that's some of the rub I think people are feeling. I mean, in addition to our details is, you know, getting the people down in and taking a look at things, extra eyes.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, more eyes on something never hurts. I mean,
Yep.
they're
I wish I
there.
could have done it sooner. I would, and then they'd be on their second or third report to us.
Yeah, I mean, they're there. Might as well just use them to do it. So yeah, I'm in support.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ellis, anything? Okay. Ms. Schulheim? She had to drop off. Okay. I don't have anything else to say on my motion. I think it's pretty self-explaining. Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Miss Antwine?
Nay.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Lyde?
Aye.
Miss Hummer?
Nay.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Miss Ellis?
Aye.
And Miss Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-2.
Okay.
Madam President,
Yes.
if I may, just a moment of personal privilege. This is our last gathering. I know the hour's late, but this is our last gathering before next week's celebration of Veterans Day. I just want to wish, above all, a very happy Veterans Day to all of our veterans and say thank you to them, but in particular, the two that sit on our dais, Commander Live and Petty Officer Antwine. Thank you to the both of you.
I think we could stand up for them, guys. Come on, man. Come on. Really? I gotta throw it out. Thank you, Mr. Gillen. Greatly appreciated. Announcements have already been made, but just as a general reminder, our next regular meeting will be on Wednesday, November the 18th, along with the Policy Committee and Budget Committee. And it will be our very first meeting where we will be accepting, although in the beginning limited, public comment. So everyone have a wonderful, safe, and well evening. And thank you very much. This concludes this meeting. I'm willing to entertain a motion to conclude. And we have consensus to close.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.